Good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education on September 9th, 2025 at, what time is it? 6:02 p.m. Okay. I've been asked to read this statement to start with. To ensure an orderly and respectful meeting, I'd like to review a few guidelines. Please treat all speakers, board members, staff, and attendees with courtesy. Public comments will take place during the designated comment period. Each speaker will have their allotted time to share remarks. Comments should be related to matters within the board jurisdiction, and we will ask that you stay on topic. Disruptions such as shouting, interruptions, or aggressive behavior are not permitted as they interfere with everyone's ability to be heard. Our board designee, Brian Pastor, has been authorized to act on behalf of the board in enforcing the rules of decorum. Mr. Pastor is empowered to determine if and when individuals may be asked to leave. Please be reminded that it is the board's duty to maintain a safe and respectful environment so that all voices can be heard fairly. Thank you for your cooperation and for joining us tonight. Okay, now we're going to go back to approval of agenda. So, are there any requests for changes to the open session agenda? Okay, I will get started then.
I do have a couple of changes. I just need a moment to go on. Just use this again. Okay, couple of requests for changes. In regards to R1, I want to make sure that people know this was.
We already took it up.
Are you listening?
No, I'm talking to Lene.
Okay. So in regards to R1, this was agendized by you without my consent. And while we appreciate PJI and their services that they provided, I know this form went to Mr. DeMarco, a week or two ago. So that's another time that you've agendized something when you didn't have permission from a trustee. So that's one point.
I'm
R2,
sorry, so
R3, and R4
Mrs.
are
Wiersma,
items. No,
could
let
you-
me speak as you promised, please.
Okay, I don't understand what she's saying. I have no idea either.
Okay. So R2, R3, and R4 are items I requested for action within the 10-day window as per our governing handbook and bylaw 9322. They fall within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. On July 22nd, you agreed to the Constitution Day resolution, which happens in a week and a half on this dais. Opposing AB 495 was discussed and supported by the superintendent and was also brought forward by Dr. K. And the proposal to elect new leadership, that comes as a result of the president's catastrophic failure in judgment while abdicating a fiduciary responsibility to protect all children, staff, and the reputation of TVUSD. So those items need to be moved to action. In terms of consent, I do have 3 corrections to present, and I'm going to pass these down to the board. These are the minutes on the consent list, M1, M2, and M3, and I have those here tonight. So those are my changes.
So let me just start. I'm not quite sure. Did you guys have any changes to the agenda? Oh, okay. You don't have any, Mr. Barham? You wanted to make a change to the agenda?
What I wanted to do is I think that, and we had somebody speak to this in closed session, a community member, and I agree with her that O2 should come before N5. I think it would be a more fruitful discussion. Yeah, I don't think we did. I mean, we have to say, I want to switch.
Yeah, we didn't vote on it.
Yeah, we didn't vote on that. We need consensus, or we need to vote.
Okay.
So move O2, just move information and reports, and Ash, just switch them. so we can have a more fruitful discussion with regard to O2 when we get to N5.
So just to make sure, O2 will be moved to right below or before
I would just
N5?
say move information and reports, both of them first, let's get them over with, and then do action items.
Okay,
Simple.
okay, so we're going to do information, you want to do information and reports first.
Can you get consensus?
We'll vote on it when we
Yeah,
vote to
we
approve.
got two
Is that
things going
okay?
on too. We got
Okay.
Jen's.
I have to go back to her because I didn't
Okay,
understand
okay.
what changes she wanted to make. Okay, so do we have consensus and then we'll vote on it? Do you guys want to move information? Okay, we have 3 people that said they will move.
Yeah, I don't consent to that, but
Okay.
just want to get it on the record.
You
Okay.
don't consent to that?
So information and reports will come before action items. Renee, will you help me not make a mistake on that? Okay. And then I wanted to, did you have any other changes?
I don't.
Okay. I want to remove item 6 from the agenda. I want to make a motion to postpone that definitely. Does anyone want to?
And which one? N6?
Is that the right one?
I don't know. You're,
Yeah, it is. Action item number 6, the healthcare. Mr. Barham, you brought that back
I did.
to reconsider your vote?
And I object.
You object? You
I
want to
do.
reconsider your vote?
I do.
I do not want to bring that back.
do we have public comments? Because if we do, I'd like to hear those since it was agendized before we remove it.
I'd like to have Mrs. Diaz speak for 1 minute on this.
Wait, just a second. We're just approving the agenda.
Okay.
This is
Yeah.
going to go till 24 hours if you guys
Okay.
have comment
Okay.
on every single agenda item change. We don't do that normally. So that's my question. Okay, so first of all, I move to postpone it. Is there a second? No?
Postpone.
I want to postpone
Yeah.
definitely, meaning I don't want this item to come back. We voted no to have the Riverside University Health System Behavioral Health. That was a 4-1 vote not to adopt that. Mr. Barham is reconsidering his vote and has put it back on the agenda. I don't want it on the agenda. I want to postpone it, definitely, meaning it will never come back. You voted no on it, and Mrs. Wiersma voted no on it. I did, and Mr. Barham. I'm asking to postpone definitely. Do I have a second?
Yeah, and I may be up for that, but if you postpone it and it's not on the agenda, if you have comments on it, this is a disservice to the people that want to speak.
We already took public comment at the last
On-
meeting, and nothing has changed, so.
I know, but hold on, but then you put it back on. So according to the Brown Act, you have to allow public comments on it.
So should I postpone it?
Or let's honor that.
Okay,
But I
then
don't know that there is
we'll
any.
leave it, and then Mr. Barham, you can make your case for why you want it on there.
Okay.
Okay? I obviously don't want it on there, but.
Well,
that's
Dr.
fine.
Anderson, just 1 second. Is there any public comments? Because if there's not,
We are
there
going
are.
to take public comments on changes to the agenda once we have completed our changes to the agenda. This item is still on the agenda, so we'll take public comments on it at that time. If an item is postponed definitely from the agenda, it's no longer part of the agenda, and we don't take public comments on it.
Right,
They can talk during general public comments
right.
on
But
that
then that
topic.
pushes them to the end of the meeting.
Yeah, so my
And that's what I
question
don't
is,
want. Yeah.
so you want everyone, okay, so we'll just leave it, that's okay. Do it, so we'll go through that one again. Let me just see the next one. The next one that I want to postpone definitely is mixed-use spaces, and I want Lene to pull this up. Mrs. Wiersma, I verified with 3 emails that you demanded this be on, and I'm not going to post the emails, and I also called, I did not want this on the agenda. I asked Mr. Diedrich if I could not put it on the agenda. You demanded 3 times that mixed-use spaces be on the
Not for
agenda
this
through
meeting.
email. Please don't interrupt.
Go ahead, and then I'll speak.
We verified with email, we verified, and now I'm going to pull it up and explain why we're postponing this definitely, okay? Why I'm
This is
hoping-
once again targeting
Point of order,
of me
you
with
cannot.
misinformation
Mrs.
and
Wiersma,
lies
point
to
of
this
order.
community.
Point of order.
Go ahead
Will
and
you
make your
t-
statement, then I'm going to correct you.
Yeah. That mixed-use spaces?
This was never agendized for this with my permission by Dr. Anderson. This is a representative act of retaliation.
No, don't.
I think we should just. So last meeting, we said if people kept interrupting each other, and we did this, we turned off Mr. Barham's microphone on him. So I'm not targeting you. I targeted Mr. Barham. He interrupted you, and I turned off his microphone. So I'm going to give the board one warning. Please don't interrupt each other, or what we'll do is the same thing. We'll turn off all the microphones, and then you guys can raise your hand when it's your turn to speak. We had to do that before, and I know, right? Did you like it, Mr. Barham, that we shut off your microphone? I
No,
made
I
you
did
raise
not.
your hand. I'm going to do the same thing, Mrs. Wiersma. Okay, so pull this up. And if you want, I'll send you your emails, okay, demanding. And I asked Mr. Diedrich. I told him I don't want this on the agenda, but you demanded it be on the agenda.
Not for this meeting.
Okay, pull it up. That's not what the email. No, the privacy letter. Okay. I know why you don't want this on here. This is the privacy policy that Jen submitted. Dr. Komrosky, did you put your name on it? She keeps saying it's both of yours.
Back in May, but not
Back
for
in
this
May,
meeting.
Not for this meeting. Okay, so back in May, this was put on the agenda, and I met with Mrs. Wiersma for 2 hours and explained why we weren't adopting this. I have been on the phone twice with the Pacific Justice Institute with Matt. Let me look at his name. I even talked to him today. I want to know from the Pacific Justice Institute if the statements about this privacy, reasonable expectation of privacy is true. Where is my phone? Because I want to make sure I give you the right name. I've spoken to him twice. He said he was actually one of the original authors of this privacy policy that he created 10 years ago, and that it's no longer compliant with California Ed Code and law. So I have been receiving text messages and phone calls from people in the community saying that this is being sold as a policy that back in May, and I think Dr. Komrosky actually said it when he was on TV talking to, who was the guy? Matt Gates. You said the policy that Jen and I have the quote written down. I watched it, and then the person that was with me said, write that down exactly what he said. The May policy. So talking to, hold on. Matt McReynolds. Matt McReynolds with the Pacific Justice Institute. I've talked to him several times. They do not support this policy. Is no longer compliant with California Ed Code. They said, go ahead and use it as an inspiration. We put this out here. And then I asked Matt McReynolds, what would you like to do? He wants to know, who in his firm are you talking to? Because I think it would be, he suggested we all meet so that you can clarify this firm is one of the authors of this policy that you have said is the cure-all and legally sound. What was the quote she used, Mr. Barham?
Why the commentary, Dr. Anderson? We're trying to approve the agenda here.
Because you guys had people come to my house and graffiti my neighborhood.
Nice
and I'm
plan.
going to defend over this policy. Wow. I called the attorneys and I spoke to them and I told them that we are going to speak the truth from the Pacific Justice Institute. Do you have So they want to know which attorney from the Pacific Justice Institute told you to use this, because they do not endorse this policy anymore. They sent me the policy that they do endorse, and it's their religious opt-out. They want people to opt out for religious purposes because of the Mahmoud court case that was decided in the Supreme Court. That's what they've asked. And I put a copy of the Pacific Justice Institute. Advocates of Faith and Freedom has a religious opt-out so that people can opt out for religious purposes, but they said they're no longer supporting this. Therefore, I think we need to
Point of
postpone
order,
this
Dr. Anderson.
definitely.
You're not on a timer, and she actually said she didn't want this agendized, and you're not
She
speaking to that
emailed-
claim. You're giving commentary. We're trying to approve the meeting. We're wasting
Okay,
time. Point
so
of
do
order.
I have
Let's
a
get back to
second?
business.
I know it's tough to hear the truth. Can I postpone?
No,
I
actually,
move
you
to
lied.
postpone this.
I'm so glad
Okay,
you're on
quiet.
mic. I am so glad.
I am. So we're going to postpone this definitely unless you'd like to schedule a meeting with the Pacific Justice Institute. They said they'll walk you through this form. Do you want to do that?
What I want to do is be afforded my due process to speak to your comments, and it starts now.
Okay, so I made a motion to postpone, definitely. A second.
Back in May,
So we need to.
Dr. Anderson, we met,
We need
and I
to
proposed
call-
this form as a template.
This is regarding postponing, definitely. And I'm
This
not going
is
to.
regarding your lies to
What
this
should we
community
do?
and pattern of dishonesty. Let me address what you just said and give me consent to be able to put.
Call the question? Okay.
No.
Do postpone
You need to
definitely?
understand
We
this is
called the
tyranny
question. Lene, please
right
call
now in
roll.
this boardroom
Schwartz.
because I am not being afforded
Okay,
the
Barham.
opportunity to
going.
set the record
Wiersma.
straight.
Okay, this is the
Dr.
first warning.
Anderson
We're going
is
to give
not
3
telling
warnings.
you the truth. This
Let's go
in
ahead,
May was
Komrosky.
ignored by
It's
her.
embarrassing for you,
when
huh,
I
Jenny?
asked
Stop.
her to look at this form and send it to the attorneys,
Okay,
which
we're
she
gonna
refused
take
to
a
do
recess
and did it
until
2
she's
weeks
done
ago.
talking. Okay,
She is
recess.
not telling you the truth. Please listen to what I have to say when she gives me the opportunity. I'm a duly elected trustee and deserve every opportunity.
Okay, we had a motion to postpone, definitely. We had a second. I spoke, Mrs. Wiersma. Before we decide, we should limit our time. We'll start the timers because we normally don't discuss postpone. How much time do you want to give? Point of order. I want the comment. So you need to keep an eye over there. Mr. Schwartz, how much time do you think? On postponing this. Okay, so I had my 2 minutes. Mrs. Wiersman, you have 2 minutes. Turn up. Go ahead and put on.
Which item are we discussing?
Postponing definitely, meaning your privacy policy that includes strip searches. The strip searches are not legal. You have 2 minutes to talk about postponing that definitely, or do you want to have it so you can bring it back someday? Because if we postpone it definitely, you can't bring it back again. And I don't think we should for the reasons I gave. But go ahead and give your 2 minutes of why you would or would not want to postpone that definitely.
In regards to this item that you've consistently misrepresented, Dr. Komrosky and I brought this forward in May for a point of discussion along with legal guidelines from the California School Board Association. Those were presented both on this dais and in the committee when I met with you as not the template that we need to use, but as a suggestion of something that PJI has put together for families to use. I was also appraised that on the website it is viable, but we entered that committee and I talked to you about the items that we could use or not use. It was always open modification and delineation, understanding that TVUSD was going to do what was right for them. You told Dr. Komrosky and I on this dais and in the committee, me in the committee, that you would pass everybody's work and represent them by sending it to the attorneys who would then have the opportunity to look over it and make the best choice for us. You lied about that, and 2 weeks ago, I found out that the 2 attorneys had not received it. You, as a president of this board, are responsible to present work of each board member so that our attorneys can do their due diligence and come back with the right of order. I ask for your respect in not speaking at the moment. I asked for the attorneys to come back with the best solution. You have consistently misrepresented, targeted, and retaliated against my work as a trustee, so much so that as a duly elected official, I have not had the right to operate in a full capacity with respect. The 3 of you here on this dais elected to choose the accommodations of mental health and religious persuasion and literally ignored what we had to say. You scoffed at us, and now we are in the predicament today because we have a president who has no discernment.
On the motion to postpone this definitely and not bring it back.
I was just given a form from a member of the public saying that he contacted PGI and they said the form was still good. So there's a little contradiction for you. Maybe that'll come up later. Not quite sure.
I
But
have
again,
the name of the attorney, and they said that they will
it's my
schedule a
time.
meeting.
It's my time to speak. Thank you. And then back in May, when we agendized this, you might have called it a placeholder for the concept of privacy. Sure, the policy got agendized. You said it was a burdensome policy. No problem. Here we are. Jen made the claim, never agendize it for this meeting. You're trolling her right out of the start gate when she didn't even agendize it.
I need you to.
No. It is my right to talk. You keep on interrupting me. So whether or not we use the Brad Dacus policy is almost like a non sequitur. It wasn't agendized. I don't even know why we're talking about it. You gave me permission to talk to the attorney to work on a privacy policy, which is what we're going to talk about tonight. And you know, it's so funny. You're so disrespectful when people are talking and looking at you. This is what you do all meeting long. This has been meetings long, which reminds us of that future agenda item, and it talks about the presidential reorganization or the reorganizational leadership. Dr. Anderson, I'm sorry to say this, but this is a train wreck, and it hasn't even started yet. We haven't even freaking approved the agenda yet, and you're coming out with your commentary against another board member, and she's telling you she didn't agendize it. Going back to the incompetence, this has been months on end where you misagendize, it's in the wrong action item versus information reports. You put a name on it, it's not supposed to be there. It's absolutely insanity. So we can play your little game, but let me tell you something right now. You are not our teacher, and we are not in elementary school. I am an elected official, and I've been representing the parents of this community, and I will continue to do so. You don't have my permission to ask me to behave. How about you learn how to do it first?
Mr. Barham, did you have any comment?
No, I just wanted to say, I watched this footage today to review what took place. And I don't remember scoffing at this. I remember going through this for myself, point by point, pointing out the issues and the problems with each of these points. And in addition to that, it was in the parental notification section of, we were discussing parental notification at the time, if you recall, and the issue was notifying all the parents that this was going to be the policy, and by doing that, if there was a gender non-conforming student in the locker room, that would be against the law. Okay, so I remember specifically going through this point by point, pointing out the issues, and then it going into, if I'm recalling, that it went into separate, you postponed the parental notification committee, and then it went into separate committees where you dealt with Mrs. Wiersma and you dealt with Dr. Komrosky, and then when this came back, this wasn't there. And I don't know why, because I'm not privy to those conversations. I don't know what happened there, but the religious accommodation and the mental health accommodation, that's what was present, and that's how we move forward. So that's what I remember. Am I stating this correctly? No, I mean, that's what I remember. I remember going through this policy. There's lots of problems and issues with this policy, point by point, and then we went into we disbanded parental notification, and you went separately, but there are problems.
Made, and there was a second. Lene, please call roll to postpone definitely and not bring back the mixed-use spaces form
Schwartz.
anymore.
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. We were invited, Mrs. Wiersma, to meet with Pacific Justice Institute. They said that they would explain it to you, so I can set that up if you'd like.
I have the founder's name in my phone.
Okay, perfect. The next one is I want to move to postpone the resolution for the Constitution Day observance.
Which you had previously agreed to.
Definitely. And Mrs. Anna Sebar, will you pull up those questions? Do I have a second to postpone the resolution?
Can I see it?
No, it's the Constitution. This resolution right here? No, pull up the pictures that I sent. Oh, sure.
The week you're talking about?
No, just the resolution, because we said we weren't going to do resolutions anymore, and so
Yes.
I want to postpone this resolution. Definitely. Do I have a second?
Point of order. Did
Okay,
we
so I
vote
have
on
a
that?
motion.
Did we
and-
vote on that? Because you said we, and I'm thinking, I don't remember
The
that.
committee, actually, so let me explain. I have a motion and I have a second. The committee met, and it was a committee with people from outside of our district. We met with board members from Murrieta and another district, and several community members. And at the committee member meeting, Mrs. Wiersma, you were supposed to be on the committee, you weren't there. I explained to the members that we are not doing resolutions because we currently are in litigation for a resolution, and we are trying to eliminate not unnecessary resolutions.
It has nothing to do with the
So-
CRT resolution. You'd already
No,
guaranteed it on the
point
dais
of order.
and agreed to it. Point of order on your dishonesty.
So, Mrs. Wiersma, will you please? So this is, I want to show the public these pictures. I sent an email to all of the board members, and what we're doing, like Christine Schmidt, she has her costume. We agreed not to do the resolution in the committee, and instead we're hosting events in Murrieta and in downtown Temecula. And we've sent this celebration of the Constitution Week out to the public. Mayor Kalfas is actually going to dress like George Washington, he said, and we have a Betsy Ross. And you've been invited, Mrs. Wiersma, to also put on a costume. I have a costume. They would like another male there, so I don't know if one of you guys want to dress up as a founder, but we also have like a Martha Washington and a few different things. This is for the kids. And the committee agreed that because Temecula was having, that we have expensive litigation with a existing resolution, we're trying not to do unnecessary
It
resolutions.
has nothing to do with the
That we would
CRT
not bring
resolution.
this.
Wiersma,
Mrs.
please.
Wiersma, the committee agreed that
The
Temecula.
committee's not a fellow colleague and trustee. Your onus is on this dais when you talk
Mrs.
to a
Wiersma,
colleague.
do you want to?
I want to approve the agenda and get
So
past this.
I want to postpone this definitely because we've said that we're not going to keep putting unnecessary resolutions on. I don't want Steve Schwartz to bring a Celebrate Pride Month resolution. He hasn't, but I'd appreciate it if you don't. And
No,
I
I-
don't want all these other unnecessary resolutions. Sorry, that was an example. So the question is, are you going to dress in a costume? I'm assuming not. But the committee said that Temecula didn't have to do the resolution, that we were going to just do.
Just do it.
Yeah, and these are the things. Scroll down. If you look, like, do you have the other picture with all the boxes? Because there's people in the community have raised like thousands of dollars, and they bought constitutions. Kimberly Velez has helped us. Like, we're really working hard to make this a positive thing, but we didn't want to do the resolution just due to current litigation in our district. So I have a motion and a second. Would you like to speak on this? 2 minutes.
The only thing I'd like to say is, again, you have a president trying to lead, not honoring her word. When she gives that on the dais to a trustee, that's where she has to honor what's said, not another committee. And God bless the committee that's working on this. This is simple. This was something we all agreed to. Constitution Week is in a week and a half. The resolution itself is not really the conflict here. It's that this doesn't make sense. We could have had this discussion with an action item, and she needed to keep her word. She's not done that. And so I don't know if I'm dressing up. I'm more concerned about proper governance and procedures in this boardroom.
Does anyone else want to comment on postponing the Constitution resolution? Okay. So I have a motion and a second. Will you call roll?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. Okay. I'm not postponing that one. I'll come back to, Jen wanted to make changes. I'm going to come back to her because I didn't understand her changes. The next one is were you guys going to postpone that one for me?
Can I speak on that? Yes, I would like to postpone number 4 until December, when we set the meeting. At the last meeting, we decided we would follow board policy, which says the reorganization meeting comes, Elena, is it second Friday?
We have just
after
real
this-
quick, we have a motion. Do we
Yes.
have a second?
Second.
Okay, to postpone until
Well,
the scheduled meeting?
correct.
Okay. Continue, Mr. Barham, 2 minutes, or Mr. Schwartz, 2 minutes?
No, that's it.
Okay.
I have a point of discussion.
Okay, Mrs. Wiersma, 2 minutes.
So I don't need 2 minutes because I think everybody's seen in the last half an hour why this should be considered due to the extenuating circumstances. If a president decides to step down and resign, which I believe should happen, there would be an organization needed right away. We cannot have somebody leading this board with a disaster like we're watching tonight. These are circumstances that can be dealt with, and we can indeed move forward with asking for a new president. It's imperative for this community, and quite frankly, the whole nation's watching.
I'd just like to refer to bylaw 9121, President. There's nothing in here that says, other than the reorganization meeting is after, I believe, the second Friday in December. There's nothing in here about willy-nilly having a reorganization meeting whenever you feel like it. So this is the policy, this is the bylaw, this is what we follow, and I'd like to call the question.
Did anyone else want to comment on it? Okay, I just want to comment that I think, I just want to make this comment since it's about me. People did come into my neighborhood and trespassed on my property, putting these signs up. I live in a neighborhood that has, is mostly conservative. I've known my neighbors for over 10 years, and some of these people have been in this community for over 50 years. When they saw that people had graffitied our neighborhood, they weren't upset at me, Mrs. Wiersma. They were upset that you would like invade our personal space. I go to church with a lot
Point
of
of order,
these
you're
people.
accusing me of
No.
participating in whatever it is you're speaking
Oh,
of,
I'm
and
sorry.
I deny that.
I will take that back because all it was the message of proposal to elect a new TBSD president. So you're correct. The assumption was made that the same person that put this on the agenda might be doing that. And I want people to know, like, we're spending a lot of time and money dividing our community. I'm curious why people wouldn't spend money on signs to, like, elect Sheriff Bianco or oppose the redistricting in California. I know some people don't like Chad Bianco, but I actually support him. And so that's my question. Why are we dividing our community when we should be coming together and like supporting things that matter, like the redistricting that Governor Newsom's about to do? And that's all my point is, like, we should stop wasting time on this. The motion was made and there was a second. Lene, please call
I'd like
roll.
to make a comment.
Okay, thank
And
you.
it's going to be quick. I had nothing to do with Dr. Anderson's property. I don't support
didn't-
anything like that. You accused me, and that accusation is so unprofessional.
Wait,
So I'm just
I didn't
nope,
accuse
nope,
you.
You're interrupting
did
my
I say,
time.
Doctor?
You're interrupting my time.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Yes, you did.
Nope, I didn't mean to accuse you, I
Anybody who's
apologize.
campaigned with me knows that I'm highly against anything like that. Before
Okay.
recall, after recall, anytime during the election, don't mess with other people's signs when they're running. Don't go into the. I'm not for any of this. No, and don't you dare accuse me and then act like you didn't say anything. I mean, this is the problem, man. Going back to the lies, you lie all the time, Melinda. Literally, stop lying.
No, he's gonna do.
You got to slow down. You got to slow down and be genuine. Be genuine. Take your time, put it in first gear, be genuine. You will earn respect from people. But when you fly through things and you lie constantly, you're not going to have any respect. This is why we're here. 40 minutes. We're just trying to approve the agenda. Long story short, I didn't do it. I didn't have anything to do with Dr. Anderson's property. Sorry that happened to you.
Okay, I didn't know it came across I was accusing you. There was a motion and a second, and Lene, go ahead and call roll.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wait, yeah,
Wiersma?
motion to postpone definitely. Motion to postpone definitely, Schwartz said yes.
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes, okay. I just need to know if you can make clarifying statements, because I'm not quite sure. Do you want to make changes to the agenda? Like, could you just clarify, like, I want to move item 8 before item 7. Will you go back through your changes and help me understand those?
What we need to go back to is the resolution having to do with AB 495.
Okay.
That was not something we just voted on. I brought it forward after actually having a great discussion with our superintendent, and he mentioned this would be the hill that he would die on in terms of advocating for parents and protecting children, which is why I brought this
Can I
forward.
interrupt you to have her make a motion? Mrs. Wiersma, do you have a motion to make regarding item 2 on future agenda items?
I'm going to lead the motions to you, leave them to you, because I don't understand what you're doing at the moment or what you're asking.
Okay. No, so is there any other, there was no motions made. Is there any other changes to the agenda that anyone wants to?
We still have to vote on that particular item.
Wait, what are we voting? There's no motion. Yeah.
To move it into action?
To move it
Oh,
into
there we
action,
go.
which was what we said all three
Dr. Komorowski,
needed
do you
to.
have a motion to move?
Sure, you know, my name's on it. Well, let's move it into action
Okay,
and let's
so
take
can
a
I
vote
get
on it.
can I get a motion and a second for that?
I just moved. Do I have a
Do
second?
you have do you want
So
to
let me be
second
straight,
that?
this is a resolution, which you just said, we're not bringing resolutions to the agenda, and yet you're bringing this one. I just want to make sure things are clear for everyone.
I don't want to bring resolutions to the agenda, but Dr. Komorowski just made the motion, and now he's asking for a second, because I don't decide. I'm looking for board. So Dr. Komorowski made the motion, and he's asking for a second.
I
Would
will
you like
second
to-
you.
Okay, there we go. So the motion has been made to move item number 2, resolution opposing Assembly Bill 495 to parental rights in education, from future agenda items to action items. I guess we'll say number 9. There's been a motion and a second. Should we?
Discussion.
Discussion, Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, as a member of the CSBA Legislative Committee, we have talked about this bill. I passed out to our board members the CSBA talking points on the bill. I'm assuming that you know where the bill is, and you know where the bill is now, Joe?
Out of the suspension file, it could be voted on any time.
The bill was passed by the Assembly. It was passed by the Senate Committee. It is now on the Senate floor. CSBA took no position either for the bill or against the bill, and I am not going to vote against the CSBA position which they took on the bill.
Okay. Is there any more comment?
Schwartz,
No.
Wiersma,
Would you please clarify the motion?
To move it into action?
Yes.
Sorry.
Komorowski,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. Okay, so we're moving the resolution on 2025-26-11, opposing Assembly Bill 495 to defend parental rights in education, to action item number 9. And then we'll get to that then. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
Yes, I'm pulling M1, M2, and M3, correction to minutes for public comment on the 21st, 22nd, and 29. I have only 3. I can explain them to the public in real time with transparency, and Lene does have a copy of it.
Mrs. Wiersma wants to pull the minutes again. Do I have a second? Okay, there's no second, so we'll leave the minutes on.
Oh, I'll second it.
You'll second
Yeah.
it? Okay, so Mrs. Wiersma is going to pull the minutes again, and Dr. Komorowski is going to second it. Mrs. Wiersma, go ahead and speak to pulling the minutes. Oh, we haven't got to consent. Don't we? Do we do that?
We got to approve the agenda first.
That's right. Go ahead. The confusion is hard to keep up with.
When we get to consent, but we haven't got to consent yet. Do we want to pull consent now? We usually will pull consent so that the staff, okay. So we're going to pull the consent items. We have a motion and a second. Is there anything else that people want to pull from consent? Just the minutes? Okay.
M1, 2, and 3.
We're just we usually let the staff know that we've pulled consent items. We won't address them until we get to consent. Okay. So let's go all the way back to I move to approve the agenda with the motions that were made and accepted. Do I have-
Second.
Second. Okay. Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
No.
Komrosky.
No.
Barham.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. Okay, the motion was adopted, 3-2. Okay. In attendance this evening are Governing Board, Dr. Melinda Anderson, Mr. Emil Barham, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma, and Melissa Chai, Student Board Member. Secretary to the Board, Dr. Gary W. Woods, and the executive team. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, hats off, everybody. Hand over your heart, please. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hallelujah.
Okay. Actions taken in closed session must be reported to the public once closed session ends. Let me see real quick, though. Today's closed session began at 4 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. Mr. Barham.
It was moved by myself and seconded by Member Schwartz to deny the claim for damages for LB dated August 8th, 2025. The motion to approve was ratified by a vote of 4-1, with the one being a recusal. It was moved by Member Komrosky and seconded by Member Schwartz to appoint Dr. Kimberly Velez as the next superintendent, succeeding Dr. Gary W. Woods, subject to contract negotiations. Dr. Kimberly Velez's term will begin on January 1st, 2026, and the motion to approve was adopted unanimously with a vote of 5-0. No, one more. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Komrosky to appoint Mrs. Nicole Deas as Assistant Superintendent of Educational Support Services beginning January 1st, 2026, and the motion to approve was adopted unanimously with a vote of 5-0. And that's it.
Melissa, do you want to call for a student board or student comments?
Good evening, everyone. As your student board member, I have the honor of introducing tonight's important school organizations that support our student and staff every day. From our Teachers Association, we have President Edgar Diaz.
Good day. Order threw me off today, but have a good evening. Hey, Edgar Diaz, President of Temecula Valley Educator Association. We're in like week 4 of school coming back and still going out to different sites, seeing a lot of great people at their working conditions, trying to figure out what they're doing, interacting with their students. We have people who move to different sites, so all of them have been taking it right in step. But TVA is focused on delivering top-notch instruction, living up to proven leaders of student success. Our union members ensure that students have access to learning experiences that challenge students, services that support, and opportunities to advocate for safe and effective learning conditions. what is a safe and learning, what is safe and effective learning condition? That can involve a lot of different things. But at the moment, TVA is looking on how we can, as staff, be able to advocate for what are the things that helps our students and teachers learn the best they can. To have safe learning conditions means that all students have proper supports and environments for success. That means we have placements for students that match up for what they need. Teachers are alerted of previous violent behavior per California Ed Code. Safety measures are in place at each site so classroom teachers can reach out for support. TVA has requested the log for OSHA workplace violence and prevention over the last year to evaluate where and what areas we can work with TVSD to improve school safety. In regards to effective learning conditions, we have quite a few things that have popped up as we've started meeting with different teachers in different grade spans. Elementary teachers having access to time to plan and grade, accommodations for combo class instruction, appropriate staffing to support students, not only in their learning goals, but also to keep them focused and moving in class. And in addition, we're also gearing up to make sure that TVSD has the funds it needs to be able to continue much of what TVSD has to do, which is instruct students. In 2030, there's going to be a tax thing that kind of falls off for California. That's going to blow a $40 million hole in the TVSD budget. This expires in 2030, but the movement to try to have this will start over the next fall. So that'd be the election in 2026. This tax that provides public education with significant funding, we're going to need everyone's help in the community to gather enough signatures to put it on the ballot and make sure that TVSD can continue the instruction that it has. Without $40 million just in personnel, that's 1 in 6 educators losing positions, which also means increasing class sizes and also demolishing student programs that are available that TVSD can offer. $40 million is not anything small. It takes us back to the days of 2008 when we had the raucous board meetings had to do with where to buy toilet paper so that we have enough for all students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, thank you. And from our Classified Employees Association, we have Administrator Ruby Alvarado and President Jennifer Crum.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Anderson, board members, Superintendent Dr. Woods, and members of the community. My name is Ruby Alvarado, and I am the current administrator for CSEA Temecula 538. Today, I am joined by the chapter president, Jennifer Crum. So I want to give a brief update on what we have going on in the chapter. Since I introduced Jen last week, I didn't have an opportunity to give the community an update. So since June, CSEA has welcomed over 50 new members through new employee orientation, which is a great milestone for this chapter. We now have site representatives at 26 of our 33 school sites, which is also a really big win. These connections strengthen communication, support members, and help us work more closely to fulfill CSEA's mission to improve the lives of our members, students, and community. I also want to take a moment to thank our classified school employees who serve in support roles across the district. From classrooms to offices, cafeterias to playgrounds, they help create a safe, welcoming, and successful learning environment for every student. Their work often happens behind the scenes, but it is essential to the daily operations of the district. We also have negotiations this Friday and look forward to a productive session as we continue building a stronger chapter and a stronger community together. Thank you for your continued partnership. Have a great night.
Thank you. And from our PTA, Council President Stephanie McCauley. All right, thank you all for the work that you do to keep our schools strong. Do we have any student comments at this time?
Okay, first up is Kylie, followed by Brooklyn.
Hi, I'm Kyla Wool. I was one of the girls who spoke at the previous school board meeting with my friend. I want to start by thanking Dr. K and Ms. Wiersma. Their support has given me the confidence to speak on an issue that matters deeply to me. Many of the girls at school feel the same way as Brooklyn and I. We don't want to change in front of a biological male and don't want to label ourselves as mental or religiously extreme. I know that signing a mental or religious exemption is not the right thing to do because I'm not mentally ill nor extremely religious. Students shouldn't be forced to justify their feelings with a mental or religious label in order for their privacy to be respected. At 12 to 14 years old, we should be busy being kids, not worried about being forced to change in front of biological males or attach a label to ourselves for being uncomfortable with it. This has consumed our lives for over a month now, and we're looking to you to help us girls feel seen and protected. So we won't stop until the school board has a better solution other than this accommodation form that mislabels us as something we're not. Even though I just turned 13, I'm smart enough to know that wanting this privacy amongst my own sex shouldn't require a mental or religious form to make me feel comfortable. I hope you consider never putting forth policies like this again, and we just want to be kids and have our innocence protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Okay, next up is Brooklyn Hendricks, followed by Brooklyn Barbero. Forgive me if I pronounce that wrong.
Hi, my name is Brooklyn Hendricks, and I spoke at the last board meeting. Today, I would like to bring to attention the fact that the solutions that have been proposed are not working, and there needs to be a change. I would like to make it clear that this is not against any specific person, and it isn't political, nor is it religious. This should just be common sense. As of right now, we are going into locker rooms in waves. This is causing us to only have around 10 to 15 minutes of PE in total. Therefore, this is not a good solution. Falsely signing something saying that we are mentally ill or extremely religious is an even worse solution. This can hurt young girls' self-esteem and cause problems that weren't there before. Instead, I ask you to consider better solutions, such as creating separate locker rooms filled with privacy stalls, not only for trans students, but anyone who is uncomfortable changing in front of people. This solution will help everyone who is uncomfortable for any reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Brooklyn, followed by Alina.
Hi, my name is Brooklyn Ribeiro, and I go to James L. Day Middle School, and I would like to talk about the start of change and privacy for all. I first want to say no one at my school hates a transgender student, and we do not support any hate or homophobic comments made about anyone. We love and support her decision to transition. We are protesting for change, not against her. We believe there are better solutions than signing a mental health form. For example, adding curtains or more changing stalls to the locker room, or creating a gender-neutral locker room, not just for transgender students, but also for every other boy and girl who have body dysmorphia or are severely uncomfortable changing in front of people. These are all better solutions than having us falsely sign forms saying we are mentally ill or extremely religious. I hope you take these plans into consideration and hear our voices. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Alina.
Hello, my name is Elena Resto, and I'm a student at TVUSD. I would like to discuss the issue with having biological males in a female locker room. To begin with, locker rooms involve undressing, showering, and intimate personal care. This means that females are in a very physically vulnerable state. Sharing these spaces between male and females can lead to discomfort, embarrassment, and a loss of personal dignity, especially for minors or individuals from conservative or religious backgrounds. Even if no harm is intended, the mere presence of someone of the opposite sex can cause distress to others. Sex-segregated locker rooms are a long-standing norm because they respect physical boundaries and social expectations surrounding modesty, especially in environments where people are exposed or undressed. If the biological male is highly affected by changing in the male's locker room, then they should be offered different accommodations, such as a non-binary locker room or the option to change at the nurse's office. This will help both the females that are uncomfortable with males in their space and the trans students that are uncomfortable changing in their designated locker rooms. I say no more. No more putting minor females in adult situations. No more biological males in our locker room.
Okay. So, do we have any comments on the consent items? Okay, 3 comments on the consent items. Who's first? Who's first?
For consent, we have Janice. Oh, sorry, Janice. I'm going to get that right. Oscar, followed by Oscar.
It's the consent agenda. M1, July 21st meeting minutes. Okay. At the last board meeting, as one of the plaintiffs who filed the ACL lawsuit against the district and seemed proud to have cost the district $23,000 in legal fees, just to protect only her and the other plaintiffs' First Amendment rights, implied that I was threatening litigation because I had asked for corrections to the board meeting minutes. Therefore, I wanted to clarify that I asked for corrections because accurate minutes are essential for transparency, accountability, and public trust. Furthermore, I'd like it noted that I still feel the July 21st minutes are lacking. Under item G3, the minutes do not indicate that the item was removed with no board discussion about whether public comments would be allowed, nor do they reflect how many public comment slips were submitted on this item. Under item G4, the minutes reflect that the board majority voted to withdraw from further involvement in the sexual harassment UCP complaint submitted by Trustee Wiersma without raising questions about whether the district would withdraw jurisdiction. And Trustee Anderson indicated she would not submit her personal letters to outside agency, but also implied that members of the public should submit complaints. Then a community member indicated during her comment that she would submit a complaint to the civil grand jury. Moreover, it seems likely that Trustee Anderson would have followed through with submitting her letters if not for the fact that a sworn declaration revealing that she had been dishonest during the sexual harassment investigation was made public before this meeting, but the sworn declaration was not mentioned. And under item 5G, the board majority voted for FICMAT oversight without declaring the scope of the oversight, but indicating it would be connected to Trustee Wiersma's UCP complaint, even though the board majority had just voted to withdraw from further involvement. And there was no estimate of the cost involved in this oversight given. Finally, I also question why the minutes from the August 26, 2025 board meeting were not included on this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Is Oscar, followed by Daniel. Oscar?
Is there an Oscar for consent items? Okay, no.
Danny, Melina.
Danny?
In accordance with Board Bylaw 92322, I respectfully request that an item be placed on the September 30th, 2025 Board Meeting Agenda under Information and Reports section. Specifically, I'm requesting that Dr. Melinda Anderson and Mr. Emil Barham provide a report to the community regarding the recent decision to have an attorney sit on the dais for 5.5 hours, have a second attorney present to front-load their justification of reasoning for their attempt to vote in their poorly thought-out waivers that failed. We can include the fees for this attorney as well today, please. In the interest of accountability and transparency, it is important for the community to understand how public funds are being used and whether such expenditure contributes to improved outcomes for student learning. As elected leaders, board members set the tone for the district, modeling the value of professional conduct while explaining specific costs to having attorneys present for a policy that fell flat on its face. I believe a public report from Dr. Anderson and Mr. Barham would offer valuable insight to the relevance, specific cost, and justification for the decision to bringing lawyers to force the community into a clinic on why their policy would work, because that's what you guys did. Please consider adding this to the next agenda to ensure thorough reporting and avoid a superficial overview of legal expenses that this warrant list provides. 10 minutes total, 5 minutes each for Mr. Barham and Dr. Anderson should be sufficient for this topic. Do these words sound familiar, Dr. Anderson? This is actually the exact verbiage with a few changes from the email from Upneat that's been pulled by the Public Records Report. You now have an opportunity to show the community that you aren't emotional, biased, and controlled by extremists in our community. I hope you're willing to move as quickly on this request as you did when it was Dr. K and Mrs. Wiersma in the spotlight. Let's see you lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. That's it for consent calendar. Oh. Oh, she had one. Oh, the approval of the agenda? Yes. Yeah, did it not get pulled? I apologize. Would you like to speak now? Thank you.
Okay, Upneat.
She filled out a form, and Lene didn't pull it. Yeah, hold up the form. There's a form. We just forgot it.
My comment on the approval of agenda is thank you, Mr. Molina, for calling it out. I submitted a request for a report on Coast to Coast Conference, which by the local conspiracy theorist has been spread around as if there is some conspiracy going on, where I am supposedly controlling everybody. On the other side, I'm just a mom. And somehow I'm also the mafia. At the same time, I don't know how both can happen. I'm a software engineer, and I have a day job. So the other thing is, and if you're making comments on your social media, please remember that you blocked me when I corrected you on spreading misinformation on Prop 28. The agenda item still has not been put over there. Tax funds were spent to send to board members on a conference, and we haven't received a report what they did over there. They spoke about Title I, Title VI over the summer. The funding was blocked. I did not hear a peep out of the two board members. We had the AI discussion. They did not contribute valuably to the discussion, what they learned at the conference, how they're going to use it, how it's being used in the district. Nothing. They have provided nothing. Why did we spend $10,000 on that? Thank you.
Thank you.
And that agenda item has still not been put.
So we're going to go to approval of the agenda. We had the minutes pulled, so I move to approve consent items 4 through 22 that were not pulled for separate action or table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay.
Schwartz,
Lenny?
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
student provisional vote.
Yes.
Okay, the motion is approved unanimously. Mrs. Wiersma, you pulled these minutes again. Did you want to talk about them?
Yes,
Just
I
2
did
minutes.
pull these minutes with 3 specific corrections. Having heard Mrs. Holqua tonight, if you can email us a summary of your points, if you haven't already, I would like those. But for my 3 tonight, here's the correction for July 21st, 2025 is the most salient point on page 7. It wasn't acknowledged that Jason Craig brought forward an affidavit with personal testimony regarding President Anderson's dishonesty in the sexual harassment investigation. M2, correction to minutes for July 22nd, 2025. Page 21, number 7, the Constitution Day policy. Dr. Melinda Anderson agreed to bring back the resolution. Let it be noted in the minutes for tonight that she did not honor her word on that. M3, correction to minutes for public comment for July 29th, 2025. It needed to delineate that as a citizen and parent speaking on accountability, Mrs. Wiersma was denied her First Amendment right to speak by Mr. Barham and Mr. Schwartz. Council later corrected the error.
Okay. I move to approve the minutes without the changes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene, please call roll.
Yes.
Wiersma,
Of course not.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
student vote.
Yes.
Okay, the motion, point of order. The motion passes 3-2. So let's go. Okay. So do we have public comments? Will you see how many we have? Take your time, you're fine. Let's count. 3 on number 2 and 1 on number 1. Okay, that's perfect. Let's start.
Okay, so we're on information and reports because that was moved during approval of the agenda. We have Janice for number 1.
Hi. I filed these because I believe the board has repeatedly failed to comply with the Brown Act. First, the district has been holding special board meetings without justifying the urgency or necessity, or justifying that the matter could not wait until the next regular board meeting, as required by the Brown Act. For example, TVUSD held a regular meeting the very next day after the July 21st special meeting, which strongly suggests this special meeting was not justified. In fact, records show that Trustee Anderson Schwartz appeared to be coordinating the content of this meeting as early as June 30th. Furthermore, a sworn declaration was publicly released on July 16th that indicated Trustee Anderson had been dishonest during the sexual harassment investigation. If anything, the special meeting should have addressed this sworn declaration, not focused on Trustee Anderson's personal letters to outside agencies. Similarly, the July 29th special meeting also lacked justification, as the same matter was reapproved at the August 26th board meeting. And the posting of the September 2nd special meeting before it was taken down reinforces the concern that this board, particularly Trustee Anderson, does not intend to take corrective action. Second, I want to point out that at the July 21st special meeting, an agenda item was pulled without allowing for public comment. And the same thing occurred again at the August 26th meeting. Third, despite the board approving a bylaw that guarantees public comment before or during board discussion and before a vote, this has not been followed. On July 21st, the board concluded the discussions before hearing public comment. On July 29th, public comments were not allowed until after the vote had already taken place. This raises a serious question. What are the consequences for board members who fail to comply with their own bylaws? Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay, we did discuss this in closed session. Did you want to comment, Mr. Barham? And we have a letter that will be sent.
Yeah. So the only thing that I'd like to say to the speaker, with all due respect, the affidavit that you're calling an affidavit, a sworn statement, is not a sworn statement.
Point of order, you can't direct conversation to somebody out in the crowd, Mr. Barham.
I'm making a comment.
Okay, just a minute.
That's it.
Wait, just 1 second. Let me just take the point of order. Point is well taken. Mr. Barham, you can speak to
That's
the
all I'm gonna say.
universe, but please
Yeah,
don't.
That's all I'm going to
speak
say, with all due
the
respect,
public.
with all
Okay.
due respect, because I want to respect the speaker.
Okay.
An affidavit,
Don't, yeah,
it's not, in this case, the premise of this argument
point of order.
is not,
Right here.
this document was not a sworn affidavit. It was a letter, and it was notarized, but there was no oath taken, and that is my only comment. It is not, that letter by Mr. Craig was not a sworn affidavit, and that's all I have to say.
Second warning, right here, Brian. Okay, I'm going to ask people, when others are speaking, just please be respectful and listen to everyone. Okay. The next, did anyone else have a comment? Okay, and it's, so we already have prepared a letter, and you'll be receiving a letter. Can we say that we're not hearing anything? Okay, that's fine.
Okay, are we on to?
The next item is item 2.
We have 3 public comments. First is Janice, followed by Gabriel.
Did we move this item? Okay, so we're actually we move this item to action? Oh, it's in information, never mind. Okay, so let's go. First speaker.
Is Janice, followed by Gabriel. Yeah, 02. The opt-out right here.
Okay. Trustees Anderson, Barham, and Schwartz, frankly, you should be ashamed of yourself. Your handling of state law that affirms students' rights to use the restrooms and locker rooms consistent with their gender identity has been absolutely horrific. Your approach, including suggestions that parents could opt out their children from using the same facilities as a transgender student by declaring a mental health issue without any professional diagnosis, is appalling. Not only does this stigmatize mental health, it sets a dangerous precedent and creates a hostile environment for transgender students, including what seems to be just one trans girl at one middle school in this district. Trustee Schwartz, your statement that the district will not ask students if they are transgender leaves the door open for anyone to use any facilities without regard to their gender identity. That does not make students safer. In fact, it fosters confusion, fear, and mistrust while further isolating transgender students. And Trustee Barham, when you said the district is trying to work around the law to help families and keep boys from looking at girls' parts and girls looking at boys' parts, I have to ask, is the district actually requiring students to strip naked? Why should any student, transgender or not, be forced into a situation where they must expose their bodies. Middle and high school students develop at different rates. Many are self-conscious. Some struggle with body dysmorphia. And forcing children to change in this way only increases the risks of bullying, eating disorders, and mental health struggles. Finally, the three of you are exhibiting the opposite of leaderships. Your actions are negligent, discriminatory, and a breach of your fiduciary duty to protect the integrity of this district. Instead of fostering a safe and inclusive environment, you are creating division and hostility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Gabriel. Next speaker is Gabriel, followed by Daniel Molina.
Thank you for your patience. Okay.
You finished talking, right?
Just discussing the parliamentary procedure and whether or not people are on topic, and we're going to let the public continue to speak whether they're not. So that's what you think? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's very shameful that children should have to come up here and defend themselves to adults of having to deal with. Nobody on this panel ever had to go to school and worry about the opposite sex coming into the restroom while you were in the bathroom. Now I'm here to tell you a story about my son. On May 21st, he's a 10-year-old boy, and a little girl came into the bathroom and watched him while he was using the restroom. When he came out, he went and told 5 teachers, and you know what every single one of them said? Yeah, we know about that. So when I picked him up from school and he told me, Daddy, something happened today. When he told me what happened, I immediately sent emails to his teacher, principal, vice principal. I got a call the next day from the vice principal telling me, hey, you know, pretty much our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. And so I said, so do you realize that you've opened the door to unlimited scenarios? To where boys can start going into the bathrooms and touching girls and vice versa. So it's not just girls, this is children. And then if I'm not mistaken, I saw everyone get up and put their hand over their heart and say the Pledge of Allegiance under God. Then I've heard church mentioned, and I'm assuming you're Christian, right? So if we're talking about Christianity, then we're talking about God's laws, correct? Okay. Let me read you what Jesus said when it comes to children. Matthew 18, it says, at that time, the disciples came up and asked Jesus, who then is really the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And he called a little child to himself and put him in the midst of them and said, truly I say to you, unless you repent, change, turn about, and become like little children, trusting, lowly, loving, forgiving, you can never enter the kingdom of heaven at all. Whoever will humble himself, therefore, and become like this little child, trusting, lowly, loving, forgiving, is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever receives and accepts and welcomes this little child like this for my sake and in my name receives and accepts and welcomes me. That's Jesus speaking. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in and acknowledge and cleave to me to stumble and sin, that is who entices him or hinders him in right or wrong conduct or thought, it would be better, more expedient and profitable or advantageous for him to have a great milestone.
Thank you.
One more. Daniel Molina.
I would like to thank Dr. Woods. I saw that this was on the agenda on the 2nd, and your name was on it. So thank you for that, sir. The important thing to point out here is that parents have rights. We don't have to wait for you to create policy to exercise our rights. And the issue that I'm having is it took this situation for our district to say, all right, let's unleash the bag and let the parents know they have rights. And I think that is extremely disrespectful. You know, in the May meeting, you said something, Mr. Barham, when the privacy document was presented. You said, yeah, but if 30 parents present it, it's going to overload the staff. And even Mrs. Wiersma said, yeah, your priority is protecting the district, not representing parents. And that is not your job up here. Listen, I understand. We have elected officials and we have staff members. And to the staff members, you guys do a great job. I would never go after any of you. I think you do your best. I understand your hands are tied. But to the elected officials, it is on you to represent us and keep us informed. You know, one thing that nobody's talking about, just recently they put menstrual material in the boys' bathroom in Crown Hill Elementary. Okay? Just recently they did that. And I understand what you're going to say, Ed Code. Well, let me talk about Ed Code because I did the research. In 2022, they passed Ed Code. It was 6th grade to 12th. Then in 2023, they changed it down to 3rd grade for whatever reason. And what Ed Code says is on or before the 24-25 school year, which was last year, on or before, we did not meet that deadline. So now it's 25-26, and you guys are rushing to meet the needs of the demand of Ed Code. You should have demanded Ed Code to restate their policy because we are not on or before. Their policy should say on, before, or after, but it doesn't. And you didn't say, well, you know what? You guys got to remake the policy. None of you did. Parents need to know. We need to know, like when we pass this policy, God willing, it does pass the privacy rights. All parents need to sign this. And here's why. It's because the district and the teachers and the staff cannot tell any of us if there's a trans student in the bathroom. The only way you will know is if your child experiences that. So if you fill out this policy and submit it, it puts the onus on the school to ensure the privacy of your child. Remember that and don't forget it. Do better, board. Help the parents. Inform us.
Thanks.
Thank you. This is a document our entire team has been working on. All of these opt-out options currently exist right now and are being utilized in the school district. We know this is a hot button topic. We are actually audited on a federal and state level to make sure we do this. It's currently required, but it's amazing when you start going through this how many options parents really have to opt kids out of a variety of things. Mrs. Davis.
Point of order. That's the first warning. Thank you. Go
Mrs. Davis
ahead.
has.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Woods, and thank you, Governing Board. And thank you for the opportunity to explain this document. And just wanted to say on behalf of staff, our appreciation for your ongoing commitment to ensuring that parents are informed. And as Dr. Woods noted, that there are a lot of opt-out opportunities and options. In fact, if you're a parent in this district, and I'm assuming some of you out here are, I am, we got our email yesterday that was our opt-out form for the survey. And we are really good at being timely and within law for opt-out timelines, especially as they relate to grade level opt-outs and secondary versus elementary opt-outs. So there's a lot of different opt-outs that happen depending on the grade level of your student and what they're going to be encountering through that year. So one year may not look the same as a parent for opt-outs as another year, or you might have multiple students. At one point, I had elementary, middle, and high school all represented, all different opt-outs. But my point is that I think that sometimes what happens in the midst of all the information and the quest for information, because our cabinet works in alignment with the board in consistently trying to inform parents and answering questions for whatever comes forward in transparent ways, that we are looking at things sometimes through a deficit mindset of all the things that we have access to, but we don't know where to find it. And so the inspiration behind this document, thank you to the governing board, was parents, there's one spot for you to go to see all the places that you can access this, or know that it will be coming to you when it's the appropriate grade level. There's some opt-outs that you may not even need to worry about till your student's in 8th grade. And so I think that with all this information, we get a little wrapped around the axle sometimes of all of the places we need to go. So we wanted to look at it not from a deficit mindset, but really on behalf of our families that we trust and support so readily, from an asset-oriented mindset, that this is a document that demonstrates all those places you can go or where you can wait for the information. So thank you, Dr. Woods.
I appreciate the work on this form, and I hope all of you take the time to read through it. I would make one other suggestion. I know we mentioned the surveys here. I think that privacy from tests, questioning, or assignments that probe the student or family's beliefs, practices, customs regarding something like gender identity, sex, sexual orientation, political views, morality, family life, or religion. I think that is a very important caveat to delineate in this form, because we are dealing with an issue right now where that does in fact happen in one of our high school classrooms. And we need to honor these parents who prefer that there is never any form of proselytizing, propaganda, unbalanced viewpoints. And I think this district needs to call it out and deal with it, hear the parents, and make sure our children are protected in this capacity.
And I wanted to bring this up, this work in terms of N5 when we talk about the religious and privacy exemption, because there's already work behind some of these opt-outs. For example, under how do I request a privacy accommodation for my student for shared facilities? If you click on that, and you can't, but I got this. If you click on it, here's some of the questions, because I think what needs to happen, Mr. DeMarco and Dr. Komrowski and Dr. Anderson, is the questions that you created on that form need to go in here, because it's more contained and it's more private instead of just having those questions on a form. I'm going to make that suggestion, because here's some of the questions that are already in here, which are very similar to what you're going to present in N5.
To clarify, you're talking about the new opt-out form?
Yes, the one you're going to talk about in N5, there's already some.
And that Dr.
Yeah, the
Dr.
ones that you
Komrowski's
guys-
and DeMarco's
yes.
my new opt-out form?
Yes, and I think some of those questions could very easily go in here, because it's more private and more contained than just a piece of paper. So I can just tell you, for example, what's in here right now under privacy, which is very similar to what you guys did. What is the nature of your concern regarding your student's privacy? It's already in there. What accommodation are you requesting to ensure your student's right to privacy? It's already in there. Do you have any additional information you would like to share in regards to this request for privacy for your student? So I guess what I'm asking for is that when we get to N5, if we approve the policy, that those questions be placed instead of on a piece of paper in here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comment about? Okay. All right, we're going to go to action items.
Yeah, Dr. Anderson, real quickly,
Did
sorry.
you have comment? Okay.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
wanted to thank Dr. Woods and Mrs. Diaz hopped on the phone with me last week, and they were going over what they wanted to agendize that was supposed to happen that last Tuesday. The meeting got canceled and postponed. I just want to give a shout out to the district for taking action because I know things were happening in the community and it was a little unsettling. And I'm glad that you both came together with other admin and tried to provide real-time solutions to parents. And now we're talking about that now, but I just want to give a shout out for that. And then part of that language I put into the AR because I didn't know that this was coming back to the meeting. So that's a shout out to Mrs. Diaz and Dr. Woods for that language because I didn't know if we were going to see this or not because I don't approve the agenda. So anyways, thank you.
Dr. Komorowski, I actually want to agree with you on that. I think that it's kind of been ugly how we got to this point, but I really feel like our district needed to address this with more scrutiny and more seriousness. So I do agree with Dr. Komorowski. Like, it isn't pretty how we got here, and I know that we have on our agenda to rescind the other information related to this. But in the end, the goal is to provide more privacy, and it wasn't that we were trying to force the district's hand, but I do think it brought it to everyone's attention that we need to address this with the families that are asking for more privacy. So I do agree, and I want to thank the district for working on it. Is there any other comment?
Yeah, just real quickly, based on the number of emails and communications I got, and I just want to remind people in the audience, if you want an answer from your representative, just send your email to that person. When you send an email to the superintendent, the cabinet, every member of the board, the policy is the president of the board is the one that responds. So if you live in my trustee area and you want an answer to something, if you send it to me, I will answer you. And I just want to go along with my fellow board members. This is an issue we're all wrestling with. This is not something easy to deal with. This is something that affects not only the students, but the staff and us and the cabinet. And we're trying to work out a solution that works for everyone. We don't want anyone to be punished. We don't want anyone to be singled out. We don't want anyone to be embarrassed. We don't want anyone in a position where they're uncomfortable. So hopefully by the end of the night, what we do come up with and propose will be good for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Willis, shout out to you too when I was mentioning Mrs. Diaz and Dr.
Oh,
Woods.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to move on to action. And let's see, we've got the public hearing. Yes, but I believe that when we get to number 5, I thought it was really valuable that the board got to have discussion and then public comment and then action because it allows there's a lot of different, there's some misinformation. And I think that people are going to make comment on ideas that may not be after. It's like they're going to comment and then we're going to talk about it and they're going to find out that their comment was moot. So I would like to ask the board if we can do what we did last time. If we can deliberate as a board, take public comment, and then take action that's within the guidelines of the Brown Act. Do I have consensus to do that?
I oppose that. I want to hear from the public first.
Okay,
Good or bad?
Mr. Schwartz. Point of order.
Public comment should always come before deliberation. That is
Okay.
best practices and
Mr.
what we should honor
You
for
wanna
the
do
people who
public
committed
comment
to being here
first?
tonight.
I think there's going to be a lot of confused comments that are going to speak on
That's their right to
misinformation.
speak
That's
with due
okay?
process.
Okay. Then we won't do that. The next item is action item number 1.
How long?
Do we have any public comment? No? Okay. Okay, I move to schedule a public hearing for September 30th, 2025, meeting regarding resolution number 2025-26-05, sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials, compliance for fiscal year 2025-26.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Lene, will you please call roll?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham? Anderson?
Yes, the
Student
motion
vote?
is, oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Okay, the motion is approved unanimously. Next is I move to adopt the resolution number 2025-26/07 for wire transfer payments.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham? Anderson?
Yes. The
Student
motion.
vote?
Oh. Yes. Melissa, I'm going to sit you right next to me next. Okay, the motion is approved unanimously. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-26-08, adopting the GANN limit. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? No? Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student vote?
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously. I move to approve the 2024-25 unaudited actuals financial report. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes. I just want to thank Mrs. Lash for all her work. I don't know if people realize we're talking about $450 million budget. And the fact that when we actually get an audit, her projection is within 0.5% of the projected budget. And to have someone with that kind of skill on board is really amazing. And I just want to thank her for all her work.
Thank you. Lene, will you call?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student vote?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Okay, so now we have amend board policy 5145.3 and rescind the previous policy that was adopted by the board and administrative regulation. Can we just clarify, Dr. Komrosky, you still want your name on this? Because you worked with Mr. DeMarco and myself on it.
Correct.
Okay, let's go ahead. How many public comments do we have?
27.
27. How many minutes? One. We've got one. Okay, so we have 1 minute per each comment. The first person.
I need a minute.
I'd like to reconsider too. They brought their best here and have spent the time listening to our 45-minute delay in getting this meeting started. Give them 2 minutes at least.
For 2 minutes.
First up is Julian Murray Sibby, followed by Edgar Alvarez.
Thank you. First up is Julian.
This is on. My name is Julian Murray Sibby, and I'm a TVUSD employee. I'm born and raised here by 2 teachers. As students addressed earlier on, I also advocate for the addition of private spaces and accommodations for all students. But there's a room full of people here tonight who want to deny the existence of trans people, parents fearful of the unknown, just people who simply wish to protect those they love from those they don't understand. I identify as trans, and it's my responsibility to stand firmly as a member of my community in solidarity with those who cannot speak here tonight for fear of retaliation. While I don't expect everyone to understand what it feels like to be misaligned with their gender, we all know what it feels like to not live up to the ideal of a man or a woman. We bully ourselves and others when we fall short of these ideals. We judge others in how they navigate life and how they identify politically, religiously, culturally. And at the root is the fear that we will never be enough for our parents, our partners, our children. But this fear does not protect. It only festers and morphs into hatred.
Thank you.
Next up is Edgar Alvarez, followed by Sylvie Araujo.
My name's Edgar Alvarez. Thank you, guys. And it's just appalling that we have to come here and defend a common sense issue. This is not about a political issue. This is not a religious issue. It's common sense that boys change with boys and girls change with girls. What has happened here? Have you pulled your brains out and played with them? This is not that difficult. You say it's a difficult issue to navigate. It truly isn't. Everywhere else, people know where to go to the restroom. That's why they're labeled as male and female. And for you, Emil, you're as a man, you're called to be a leader and protector and protect these girls and lead in a professional and honest manner. You should be ashamed of yourself as a man. And I won't offend any female here, but I'll ask you, would you like me to watch your woman, your wife, change in the restroom? I bet you wouldn't. So why would you expect that for any of these young girls? Shame on you.
Thank you.
Sylvie, followed by Jack.
Sylvie, followed by Jack.
So it's unbelievable how we have to come here today. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? It's unbelievable how we have to come here today to speak on this policy that degrades young women, biological young women. You guys are so caught up in protecting trans youth, you guys are forgetting to protect biological girls. You guys are bullies. Wanting them to feel like they have a mental health issue because they're not comfortable changing in front of biological boys, that's crazy. That is, I don't understand how you guys think that's common sense and right and fair for them. The ones who need to fill out those forms are the little boys who are confused thinking that they are females, not our biological daughters. You guys need to do better by our daughters, protect them, let them feel heard. Having them to take 5 minutes extra to change in the bathroom because they don't want to change in front of a biological boy. Do you want your daughter to see a penis? Even though that young man wants to identify as a female, he still has male parts as a straight man. Tell me how that's fair to them. You guys need to do better by our daughters.
Thank you. Next.
Jack Marston, followed by Just One Mom.
Hello. Hello, good evening, school board. When is enough enough? Trans people are less than 1% of the population of California. So why are we catering to them? So these biological males can undress and expose themselves in front of biological females? This is absolutely ridiculous, and these girl students deserve better and should not be labeled as mentally ill or extreme for just wanting the basic necessity of privacy. Thank you.
Just One Mom. Just One Mom, followed by Mary Davis.
Emil, you still owe me that apology for sitting on my dais and labeling me a terrorist because I spoke here in Temecula warning parents about this insane mental health policy and what it meant for their children. A policy you claimed is a victory for parental rights, affirming students' dignity and privacy when it is the exact opposite. You should have listened to me. You may have been an educator for over 30 years, but there's one lesson you seem to have not learned. That's the lesson of FAFO. I may be just one mom and just one voice, but Temecula parents listened, and they're fighting for their children's right. If you FA with the children, you're gonna get the FO, and all these parents and America is giving you the FO right now. This is going to be your legacy, Emil. Your legacy. Thank God you don't have children of your own. Rescind this policy and resign.
Mary Davis.
Next.
Mary Davis, followed by Savannah.
Mary Davis and then Savannah.
Hi, good evening, Mary Davis. I raised my arm and I held the Constitution, and I was told that I was not allowed to do that. And that is a violation of my First Amendment right, and I want this district held to account for that. Now for the privacy accommodation, there should not even be the need for accommodation. It's called the 14th Amendment. The Privacy and the Equal Protections Clause has already been established by the Supreme Court. So knock off the nonsense of telling the girls that they're a problem and have to come up with some phantom reason for wanting their dignity and privacy respected. Honor their personal autonomy and their freedom and common sense. We're in an upside down state. Please let the girls be valued and let them know that you value and uphold them and that you are not prioritized.
Thank you.
Savannah, followed by Jennifer San Nicolas.
Savannah and then Jennifer San Nicolas.
Good evening. My name is Savannah, and I'm a mom of 3 in this district. We need to get rid of this ridiculous mental health crap. I'm here tonight to show my support for the new student accommodation request form by Dr. K, because we finally have a form that respects families and protects students' privacy and doesn't shame kids for having needs. I want to thank Dr. K and Jen for listening to parents, legal experts, and the community for making a version of privacy that makes sense. I'm also a believer in accountability, and so I want to say this clearly. Emil Barham, you are one of the people responsible for this mental health accommodation form, a form that requires students to declare themselves as mentally ill just because students do not want to change in front of the opposite sex. You made our district a laughingstock of the country, making national and even international news. Well, newsflash, needing privacy is not a medical condition, and wanting to feel safe and supported is not a disorder. If we're going to do better, then let's start by owning the mistakes of that first form and recognizing the harm it has caused to parents and kids. I hope you'll take responsibility for that and support this new form, which actually puts students first.
Thank you.
Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by Christine Massa.
So I believe a blanket privacy policy is the way to go. I believe all students deserve privacy and to feel safe at school. To be clear, the previous proposed policy was never voted in, never enacted, never enforced, despite what some on social media said, even though they don't even go here. Members of this board have railed on and on about local control, yet you have people from Florida influencing policy in Temecula. I am hoping the board will listen to the people of Temecula, the parents of TVUSD especially, rather than outside agitators, some of whom have felony rap sheets that could rival those in a biker bar or the Mos Eisley Cantina. Today, a robocall went out blaming one board member for the draft of a policy that was never put into place nor written by that trustee. Dirty tricks and lies are not very Christian of you, and let's just do a blanket policy and get back to business of educating our kids who are wasting time and money.
Thank you.
Christine Massa, followed by Callie Mom.
Hello, actual TVUSD parent of 3 kids, and I also actually read the agenda. So I have a procedural matter to start with. At the June 10th meeting, only the amended policy for 5145.3 was approved, and the exhibits were removed from the motion and not approved. So I don't believe they need to be formally rescinded because they were never approved. Just pull them from consideration, as the agenda shows. Regarding 5145.35, it's moot, as evidenced by the cases already handled at DMS and the proposed communication from Mrs. Deus and Dr. Woods. The district already knows how to handle these situations. We don't need additional documentation on that. However, if you insist on a policy of this type, remove the words sex segregated and simply reference shared facilities, as O2 does. There's other shared facilities that have nothing to do with gender or sex, like a school gym where they may play the national anthem and kids may not want to remove their religious headwear. Some of these reasons have nothing to do with gender, they just have to do with being a kid. So take those into account and just make.
Thank you.
Callie Mom, followed by Upneat.
My name is Antoinette Jensen, and I am not someone who comes here. Does that mean I'm an outside agitator too? Yes. Because guess what? I'm a teacher, a mandatory reporter who made a report and lost my job for standing for a student who was allegedly sexually assaulted. Is that a problem too? Ms. Wiersma, I had the uniform complaint process go against me. I lost my job. I can't support my family. It's wrong what they did to you. And I just wanted to remind you, Psalm 37, do not fret because of evildoers, for they will soon fade like the grass. And I stand here in faith that corruption will not stand forever, and that light will outstand the darkness. I stand with you. Jesus hears you, and his word does not go void. Amen.
Thank you.
Upneat, followed by Ms. Strange.
Upney and then Ms. Strange.
I guess I'll have to speed it up a little bit. 2 of the board members stood outside DMS protesting the existence of a transgender student, so it does not matter what policy you pass today, it will be considered discriminatory and targeting that one child. The irony of the next statement is not lost on me, and I'm quoting President Trump. Republicans believe in the rule of law, not the rule of mob. The 14th Amendment it guarantees equal protections for everyone, including the girls. They should not have to fill out forms to have their privacy respected when a simple statement to the teacher should suffice. Documentation is only warranted if a teacher or an admin suspects that there is a problem with somebody abusing Ed Code 2215, and your policy does not address that. The Privacy and Free Exercise Clause has already been litigated. In Parents for Privacy versus Barr in the Ninth Circuit made it clear. Parents may direct the upbringing of their own child, but they cannot dictate district policy on how the school treats other students. The mere presence of a transgender student does not violate anyone's privacy. All students deserve to feel safe and valued, not treated as pawns in political games. This is a nuanced topic that deserves thought.
Thank you.
Ms. Strange.
Ms. Strange.
Followed by Jenny Segura.
Millions are watching Temecula Valley Unified, from Riley Gaines to White House Attorney Harmeet Dillon. This policy falls short. It must clearly state no boys in girls' spaces or sports and vice versa, period. Districts have already lost in court. Jessica Tapia of Riverside County was fired for refusing boys in girls' locker rooms. She sued and she won. Others have followed since, and none have lost. Girls don't need an exemption. Nobody needs an exemption. Following the legal state laws are no excuse. Federal law rules. You ask what to do. Fight, fight, fight. Fight Newsom. Fight California. Nobody, no child needs an exemption. Girls, parents, and teachers, if boys are still allowed in your girls' private spaces, do not comply. Do not comply.
Thank you. Next.
Jenny.
Jenny and then Oscar.
Hi, I'm Kylie's mom. I'm so proud of you for using your voice, baby girl. Good job. I'm here because she asked me for help. I have questions for the board members who came up with this terrible form that tried to label our kids. Anderson, Barham, Schwartz, is this the best you can do for our kids and for our community? Why did you wait on this serious matter? Congratulations, you 3 now are responsible for bringing politics and bad policy to our kids. You guys have to face the fact that children are pleading with you to advocate for them and to protect their rights. I suggest you all start to take this seriously because you have our attention and now our kids. Start making policies for the next generation of voters. It looks like the majority are raising kids to advocate for themselves and fight back. Melinda, this was poorly led by you, and I suggest before you allow any more damage, you consider resigning. Let the people who are more educated on this subject to actually care for our kids and handle creating policies for the community.
Time. Oscar. And followed by Gabriel.
Okay, board, Melinda, Emil, Schwartz, you guys are trying to backstep now. It's obvious to everybody. You guys got chewed out in the last meeting. You know, you guys got embarrassed, you got ridiculed and all that, but you deserve it for being so stupid, right? I said it last time. I'm going to tell you, as board members, as leaders, you know, you were chosen by the community to lead, right? And you're a bad example. You're causing division in the community. When these middle school girls got up and shared their hearts to be protected, you know, this side clapped, this side didn't clap, right? So you got a community that's divided. You see that? It's because of what you're doing. You're not united, and because you're separated, you're splitting the community. So be united as far as the kids and their safety. You know, understand that girls need protection, that boys should not be in the restrooms. Agree to that. You know, I mean, I know, Emil, you want to back away from that, which is fine. You know, but understand that the little girls that came up here and shared their hearts, this side did not clap. And that's due to you guys, okay? What you've done, you've divided the community. Instead of standing strong and supporting the girls, you've allowed this to happen.
Thank you. Is there a Gabriel? Okay, next is Lindsay. Is there a Lindsay? Okay, no.
Comment was for N6, not N5.
Okay. Kristen, followed by Christopher.
And then Kristen, followed by Christopher.
Let's talk about Over the Rainbow. It's a great book. I see lies, ugliness, and evil from this school board. I saw one man without any compassion in his heart, a body of empty tin, another man who clearly doesn't have any brains, Emil, and is a complete straw man, and a woman who should be a lioness because she's got a daughter not even affected in this district, and you are a coward. You're not defending our daughters. Doesn't affect your daughter, as you claim to be Christians and people of faith. Shame on each one of you. You are protecting the wizard behind the curtain, blaming it. It's just Governor Newsom. We're following state policy when federal law is on your side. His wicked henchmen, Tony Thurman and Rob Bonta as well. Girls, you have always had the power to take back Title IX. Refuse to comply. We will be faithful. We will defend you. And you stand with great women who never wanted this battle but are winning. 1, 2, 3. Take back your legal rights.
Thank you. Christopher.
Yes.
Okay, followed by Will.
Good evening, board. My name is Christopher Bout. I'm a local parent, local patriot. It's a travesty that we even have to come and defend this. But Ms. Anderson, you've become a national embarrassment. You've brought disgrace and shame to our district. Your incompetence is astounding. And Mr. Barham, you are no better. You've done nothing but undermine from day one with your coup d'etat every conservative, every idea that Mr. Komrosky and Ms. Wiersma have brought forth. And you sit there with that smug grin on your face. It's just oozing with arrogance and smugness. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm surprised nobody brought this further, but I submit that anyone, any teacher, lawmaker, or administrator or trustee who supports this should be held liable under
Will. Will, followed by Greg.
All right, I'm just going to go and say I don't think that my daughter should have to do a forum to protect her right to privacy. I think there's a lot better options. I build schools for a living. The past 7 years, I built gender-neutral spaces for kids. So, and I know that those take time, they take money, but there are temporary spaces that can be implemented in less than a week. So why has that not been brought up as an option? Everyone should have their respect to privacy. Everyone, you guys are all so brave. Everyone came up, said their words. Just protect our kids. Stop making them political pawns. They're not your political pawns. They're our children, and they're the future. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Greg. Greg, followed by Rosie.
So real quick, I want to thank you, Joseph, Emil, Melinda, Jen, Stephen, for your courage in dealing with this issue. Many districts have avoided this issue, and that's one way you can stop the controversy is you just don't talk about it. So thank you for doing that. I think you're on solid legal ground doing what you're doing. You all take an oath to the Constitution. We say the Pledge of Allegiance. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. And God created male and female. So you are just supporting our foundational document when you do this. So I do appreciate the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Rosie, followed by Priscilla.
All right, so I want to talk about trans terrorism by Matt Walsh. Trans ideology is anti-Christian, anti-God, and anti-traditional family. It is demonic, and it permeates every facet of our lives, from Miss Rachel's preschool YouTubes to Disney, Bud Light, Starbucks, Olympics, and state schools. Also, children's throats everywhere they go. Transgenderism is a decision to, in pride, turn your back on Jesus Christ, decide that you will make yourself in your own image, live a life of self-worship, and adopt a new name in the
pause
process.
this and reset our time? So somebody right here has got their phone on. It's very disturbing. Yeah, can we shut that off and reset our time? That's really unprofessional. I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is.
Dr. Komrosky, you interrupted her. Keep going.
I am doing it because somebody's interrupting her.
I think you should start my time because the entire time her
Somebody has
phone
her
was
phone
going
on.
on. The entire time. I would like my minute back, please. Thank you so much.
The board want to give her another minute?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. No
Whoever's got the
question
phone
asked.
on, please don't turn it on.
Everyone. Okay. Okay.
Trans Terrorism by Matt Walsh. Trans ideology is anti-Christian, anti-God, and anti-traditional family. It is demonic, and it permeates every facet of our lives, from Miss Rachel's preschool YouTubes to social media, Disney, Target, Bud Light, Starbucks, Olympics, legislators, counselors, teachers, and state schools, which are indoctrination camps. All these entities, by design, have crafted an agenda through lies and propaganda that is forced down our precious children's throats everywhere they go. Transgenderism is a decision to, in pride, turn your back on Jesus Christ, decide that you will make yourself in your own image, live a life of self-worship, and adopt a new name in the process. Know who else did this? Satan. Here are the statistics that no one is talking about. Mass shooting rates by demographic from 2015 to 2025, posted on X.
Quiet.
Public incidents within 4 or more fatalities expressed as rates per million. Trans and non-binary males, 0.
Okay. Priscilla. Priscilla. Brian, come walk her off. Walk her out. Priscilla. Priscilla, followed by Daniel.
Everything's been said. The 4 girls said it all. I'm just a grandmother, and I can't believe this is happening. And modesty and personal being, I don't know, I should have wrote a script out, but it's just, the more things are going to come on down the line if the restrooms are opened. People have incest, people have rapes, people have a lot of issues. More shit's going to happen if you let this one little thing. I know a lady that was with a woman for 20 years and now she's happily married to a man. So children don't know exactly where they're at, what they're doing at a young age. And sterilization is real. It's deep. It's deep on the psychology. And I don't know. I'm just a grandma and this is bullshit.
Okay. Daniel followed by Sophie. Okay. Followed by Sophie.
I'd like to first address the straw man argument I keep hearing because I'm tired of it. Nobody's up here. This has nothing to do with denying the existence of trans people. It has nothing to do with that. And it makes me so, the fact that this is they're talking over me, Dr. Anderson. Can you please give me 10 seconds?
I'm going to call quiet. Keep going.
Okay. The fact that we're having this conversation actually acknowledges trans people, and the fact that adults in the room are telling our youth trans that people hate them is so disgusting and despicable. I have young children, and let me tell you something. If my children decided to be trans and they were set on it, the first thing I tell them is they're not a victim and they don't get to tell other people how to think or believe how they think. And that's how the adults should be teaching these young people, and it's just disgusting to see. The reason why we're here is because we've been put in the spotlight again, and it's embarrassing. You guys brought forward this policy. Emil, I told you that this was horrible. You told me I should move, and you bashed me in my platform. And now, look at where we're sitting. How embarrassing is this? We're only here because you guys didn't listen to the community, and that's the truth.
Sophie. Is there a Sophie? Okay, next is Patty. Oh, Sophie? Okay, come on up. Sophie followed by Patty.
The three of you board members who want to label girls as mental health issues or religious because they don't want to change in a restroom with a male or a locker room with male is beyond disgusting. Dr. Anderson, as a woman, if a man came into the room you were in changing and he changed next to you, he started watching you change, would you have a mental health issue because you're not okay with that? Would you be deemed religious because you're not okay with that? Or is that sexual assault? But when it happens to the girls in your district, you want to label them mental health or religious. You should be disgusted to be working towards the erasure of female spaces and to be working to harm these young females that are here. Also, let's talk about the fact that in your district, if you were to have a student start peeing on a bush in the middle of campus because they identify as a dog or a cat, is that going to be allowed next? Or are we going to recognize then that identities don't use restrooms, don't use locker rooms, bodies do? Protect the girls, they should feel safe at school. Thank you.
And then the last is Jessica. Jessica? Okay.
Good evening, board. My name is Patricia Cavada. I'm here because I'm a biological woman, and I'm here to defend the rights of biological girls, the rights that all of you keep disrespecting the biological girls that are here in your district. It is so sad to have to see young ladies have to come here to defend themselves, to have to ask to be able to undress in privacy. Sorry. It saddens me as a woman to listen to the fear in the young girls' voices. It saddens me as a mother to have to see young ladies have to come up here to a podium to defend themselves. And just as a concerning woman, my heart goes out to them because they have to listen to ridiculous adults that badger them, that name call them.
We're done. All right, that's it for public comments. We're gonna, are you Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I thought that I had I thought
was in
that
the
was
back. It's
Jessica.
okay.
I'm so sorry, Jessica.
So normally I'm a very intense person. I've worked in the ER for a very long time. I don't think that that is what this calls for. I think what this calls for is I have a lot of questions. First one, how can a minor sign a legal document without a parent? Is there a line for the parents? How did we not even hear about this? I had to find out about this on social media. Like, how sad is that? Are you a doctor? Are you a medical doctor? Are you a psych professional? Because I work with those people. They think this is asinine. Okay? How long is it going to take to implement this? There are suggestions of how it could be implemented quicker. You don't have a plan for that. What's your plan of action if someone is raped or something happens? What are the consequences? Because not saying that a trans person, I'm saying that when boys get in there that have that idea in their head, they have testosterone. Like, you're asking for things to happen. Like, protect our girls. Jesus.
Time. Okay, so I'm going to make the motion and then we'll discuss, okay? I'm going to ask some clarifying questions. And I don't want a timer for my clarifying questions because I'm going to first make my statements, then I'm going to ask clarifying questions. Okay, so first I'm going to move to rescind the mental health and religious accommodation language in Board Policy 5145.3. Rescind the accompanying, well, we don't have to rescind the exhibits, but we can rescind the accompanying exhibits and adopt new board policy and administrative regulation as written by Mr. DeMarco and worked on by Dr. Komorowski and myself. 5145.35, privacy accommodation, student privacy in sex-segregated facilities in related form. Do I have a second? Thank you.
Comment?
Okay, what, so, give me a second, okay? Give me a second. Okay, so just give me a second.
Get all your time
So
back.
I'm going to ask, will you guys just, I was very quiet while you spoke. Will you just please?
Start again. Go ahead, take your
Okay.
personal privilege. She's gonna talk. You know what she's gonna say. Can we take a 2-minute recess, please?
No, you're good.
Take
Just,
a
yeah,
recess?
we're
Never
good.
mind.
We're good. We're good.
Never mind.
Okay. I think I need,
I'll call for a 2-minute recess. Thank you very much.
Resign, Melinda.
Could you remove her?
everyone left. You can give it to him. I'll have you, would you like to just engage in the conversation? 2 minutes twice, so we go back and forth. Okay. Okay, we're ready to get started now. It's so noisy. Can we get people to settle down? Mr. Barham? Mr. Barham? Mr. Barham, I need you to sit back down. Emil, someone tell him. Get him over here. It's like everyone wants to talk about it. Nobody wants. What? Yeah, they just talk and then they post it on social media. Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Barham,
Yeah.
Ms. Wiersma, can we get the meeting back going?
Try to be secretary.
He didn't sign up. He signed up in the wrong time. Go sit down, please.
I don't take comments from you.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get back started. Thank you for your patience.
Crystal, Ken, and Crystal.
Okay. Okay, let me start again. I'm just getting people to. Okay, we'll figure out the public comments in just a minute. Okay. I want to take the pressure off of Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Barham and take responsibility for this policy. A few years ago, one of my friends came to me because her child was in this district dressing in a locker room with an opposite sex person. And when she approached the district and the administration group, being female is a protected group. And we weren't satisfied with the answer that there's nothing you can do about it. So we looked at other protected groups to find a workaround to get the kids out of the locker room. And these may have been bad ideas, but I'm okay with that because it's giving us solutions that we need. Growing up, I want people to consider this. Growing up, I always thought the most powerful man in the world was the President of the United States. It was Ronald Reagan at the time. And I still think today the most powerful man in the world is the President of the United States. President Trump, the most powerful man in the world, has signed an executive order that says boys cannot play in girls' sports. But here in California, we still have boys playing in girls' sports. That's because even the most powerful man in the world is having a difficult time fighting California laws. I believe that this matter will be settled in a few years, either by the Department of Education or the Supreme Court. But until then, we were looking at workarounds so that people didn't have to be in sex segregated spaces if they didn't want to. So I want to also say, at the last meeting, I asked people to help. Like, help us come up with a solution for this problem. Like, okay, I get it, mental health, it was probably, it obviously is a terrible idea. But it is a protected class, and we weren't being given protections to opt out of, our kids weren't being given protections to opt out of the locker room a few years ago. So that's what we were looking for, is protected classes. The Supreme Court just ruled that parents can opt out of certain curriculum for religious reasons. And there's a lot of good, reputable law firms like Advocates of Faith and Freedom and the Pacific Justice Institute that are providing opt-out forms for parents. Because in California, until it's settled in the Supreme Court or until President Trump and the Department of Education can settle this, we're going to have workarounds, and that's what we're doing. So I want to say, I asked if anyone has a good idea, if anyone can help us with this, please reach out. And I had so many people reach out with help, but I had a lot of people reaching out with misinformation that they've been given about the intent behind these policies. And I want to shout out to the one board member who offered to help, Dr. Komrosky. Thank you for working with Mr. DeMarco and helping us come up with a more workable policy. This is still an opt-out policy, and this doesn't remove boys from girls' locker rooms or girls from boys' locker rooms. But I think it is important that rather than come here and spit on each other, that we give each other grace and try to come up with solutions until the Supreme Court can settle this for us. Dr. Komrosky, please, point of order. Dr. Komrosky, you worked closely with Mr. DeMarco on coming up with a solution for our district. Did you want to speak for 3 minutes or 2 minutes on it?
I'd like to speak for 4.
I'd like to second that.
Whatever, you can stop me whenever you want. I want 4 minutes. So I hear something. I'm a professional philosopher. I'm going to give a thought experiment. I am definitely not politically correct, so here it goes. This is, I highly respect Tony DeMarco as a lawyer. I think he's the best to have on this issue. Whatever solution we come up with tonight is just a Band-Aid, but it's the best Band-Aid we got until these corrupt legislators in office are removed. What we had many months ago is Kate Sanchez and Bill Saley trying to stop Assembly Bill 1266 in its tracks to reverse the Ed Code. It got shot down. Here we are stuck. But I hear, and I always think about this, we raise our right hand and we swear to defend the Constitution. How about triggering the Supremacy Clause? Here's where I'm going. Here's the thought experiment. I'm going to put the lawyer on the spot, and I definitely respect him. Imagine a school district similar to ours in every single scenario, but this is called Goldland School District. They have the exact same scenario. What if Goldland School District stood firm and said, no boys in the locker room, we're going to trigger Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution and generate legal pressure towards the lawfare of the state of California. Here's where I'm going. The United States Constitution guarantees us our privacy, which literally comes from God, but the state constitution also does it. But the state constitution seems to contradict Ed Code 221.5, because if a biological boy now turning into the social construct of I identify as whatever, doesn't that itself violate privacy, which is already guaranteed to us in our Constitution? Can we trigger, Goldland, can that school district, same in every single aspect as ours, would that be feasible or not? Because it's something that is worth considering. We have national attention. We didn't want it, but we're here. And the national attention might provoke lawfare to stop to where your kids are not held hostage in this binding situation, which sucks. It truly sucks. But we as board members, we're trying to do the best we can. Same with district admin. Same for the principal, God bless his soul, trying to deal with this. But what I'm trying to say is, can this turn into a lawsuit in Goldland School District similar to ours? Can we stand firm and say this is not happening? Can Goldland do it?
So thank you, Dr. K. That hypothetical school district could take a position that it was not going to follow the education code with respect to access to sex-segregated facilities, programs, et cetera. But much like has happened in other districts, the state of California Department of Justice Attorney General Rob Bonta would likely bring some sort of action against the district that could implicate pretty large takeover possibilities, funding possibilities. It would be a huge risk to that school district, and the local control of that school district for its electeds.
Thank you. There's the hypothetical of Goldland School District, which I wish we could pursue. I'm telling you, I hear your voices in the community. I know this is a travesty. Maybe somebody up on high in the federal government can help us, but here we are. Thank you, Dr. Anderson, for giving me the opportunity to work with Tony DeMarco to bring this forward to the community. I'd like to set up the scenario. This is like a cage match, old school wrestling. Nobody leaves the dais until we work it out right now. Forget the freaking timer. We work it out in front of them, and we do not leave the dais until we have this policy and we go home. There's no more pushing it off.
I actually think,
So you're talking about the policy that's
Right
on the
here,
books.
right now. You
Okay.
guys want to
Yeah.
add to it? Let's get it all out of the way, and then Tony says yes, yay, because he's
I-
got to
you know
have it
what?
legally
And
defensible.
I think we're going to be able to, I want to talk.
I just wanted to say that we're going to take comment. So we spoke, and then we'll take turns, and then we'll take amendments, because I was going to amend the name.
Okay.
But other than that,
Yeah, 'cause we need
let's
to do
take
that.
turns with it.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I like the words, but I want to go back in time a little bit to TCI. Because that's the stand that we took, okay? But when push came to shove, we folded. I wasn't here, but we folded. Okay, so if we're going to take a stand, like you say, are we going to fold? Okay, because a lot of horrible things are going to happen, like Mr. DeMarco said. Okay,
I think he might be confused. I'm not sure who he thinks folded. But
No.
TCI curriculum,
no,
yeah.
when we did TCI, when we were standing up to Governor Newsom.
That's
okay,
right.
we had a special board meeting and we folded when it came time for the big fine.
It's a
okay?
very generalized statement. There
Wait,
was
can
no
I
fine.
clarify?
Yeah,
I think
I'm
I
sorry.
understand the
I'm just-
confusion. Mr. Barham, just a sec. Mr. Barham thinks that you want that you're, Joseph just said he understands the legal repercussions that the state would take over our schools
Okay.
if we did this, and he doesn't support that.
Okay.
So I just
No,
want to clarify,
no.
he said
Okay.
he doesn't
So
support that.
here's, I
Okay.
just want to clarify before we talk about the policy, because you worked on this policy. Okay, you worked on it and you're bringing it forward. So I just want some clarification, because I think I know where you're going here. So yes or no? Does this proposed privacy policy prohibit transgender students from using the locker room or a mixed-use space that aligns with their gender identity?
I'll defer to Tony DeMarco, and I think he's going to say no,
No,
because that would
I'm
violate
talking
ed
to
code.
you. I'm talking to you. 'cause
Mr.
you're
Barham, be
bringing forth this-
respectful, let Tony
He's
answer.
bringing this forth. I want to talk to him.
But I
Yeah,
don't
no,
want
no.
this to be a
So-
Why
fight.
can't you answer that?
Oh.
I want you to answer that.
Oh, I will, but you're pointing your finger at me.
Okay, you know what? Stop deflecting and
Oh, no,
answer.
Okay, wait. Point of
Oh,
order.
yeah.
I'm
Answer the
calling
question.
Mr. Barham, when I call point of order, please.
Okay, I'll ask the question.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait, nope, stop. Listen, we need to start working together.
I am. I'm trying to get
But
clarification.
Wait, stop, quiet. Dr. Komrosky asked the attorney, let the attorney answer. Thank
Okay.
you. I know, thank you for asking him.
We're paying him
He
big
knows-
bucks, and he's here, and he's
No,
awesome.
let's
Let him
stop.
speak for, let him get in there.
Okay, so
and talk.
you want me to ask the attorney?
No, Dr. Komrosky wants to ask the attorney. Okay.
Just make a choice, Mr. Barham. Do you want to work together, or do you want us to grill each other?
I am working together.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
trying to get-
pointing your finger,
I'm-
trying to use a
I'm
bully
trying
tactic,
to
and I
get
see right through
I'm
it.
trying to get clarification on what you're trying to accomplish.
The
here.
best man in the room for that, Tony
Okay,
DeMarco.
all right,
So maybe it'd help if I just answered a couple of legal questions without them being asked, because one of the efforts of this policy and why it's legally defensible is because the rules in the policy, the application through the administrative regulations, and the administration's journaling of what goes on through use of a form. These are all of universal application. They're not applicable to any specific sex or gender identification or gender non-conforming individual. There's equal protection under these laws. They're of uniform application. The students in California have a right to privacy under both the federal and the state constitutions. So we're rooted now in three principles of constitutional law, three sources. The California Department of Education itself has specifically and in writing articulated the right of students to privacy. So we have citations to state guidance that say that students have a right to privacy. Students may choose different arrangements for changing for a variety of reasons, but they're all going to be related to these constitutional and state law policies. No student who identifies as one gender or the other, or as gender nonconforming, is going to be precluded from using the sex-segregated facilities of their choice because it balances compliance with state law and recognize the constitutional rights of our students.
Yeah, that's what I'm after. That's what I'm after hearing. So another question, Mr. DeMarco. Can this proposed privacy policy physically remove transgender students from using the locker room or the mixed-use space that aligns with their gender identity?
This policy does not do that. It complies fully with state law on the topic.
Okay, and I have one more question. Can this proposed policy encourage trans students to use other private facilities, for example, nurses' stations, bathroom stalls, when they don't want to, and they prefer to be changing in the open with other students in which their gender identifies with?
I don't know that I fully understand the way that you stated that question, but
Can I clarify it first?
Go ahead.
He wants to know, will this policy
encourage
or make transgender kids leave the locker rooms again? He's just reading.
transgender and gender nonconforming students have the statutory right to use the segregated facilities that conform to their identity. This policy doesn't do anything to change that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, did you?
Yeah, I just have, I'm glad that we're coming up with something that's workable. I would just like to change several words in the policy. I would like to remove the word segregated because it has a negative connotation in history. The word segregated has a negative connotation, and it implies separating people rather than a place where people share. So if we could use another word other than segregated. And I also would like it to say, rather than sex segregated, I would rather have it say shared facilities. Those are my two comments.
Steve, can I show you this right here?
Yeah.
I agree with you. Our board policy, the revised title was student privacy accommodation in locker rooms. And the AR says student privacy in sex segregated facilities. We
Right.
could just delete that line
That's-
off and replicate what we have in the
Yes.
board policy.
That's it.
There you go.
Yeah,
I agree.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Hey.
There you go.
Okay,
We're
so
working.
Mr. Schwartz made the motion to amend.
No, I have some
Yeah,
thoughts
wait,
you haven't included.
I need to make we're going to first amend and then I'll
Before we
come
all
to-
deliberate?
No, we're amending, we're making I promise we'll get to, this is a parliamentary. So the motion was made to amend and remove some language to the policy. It was seconded by Dr. Komrosky. Does anyone oppose that amendment? Okay, then that amendment will pass unanimously. Mrs. Wiersma, you had a change or a comment?
Yes, I'm also going to ask for about 4 minutes to make up for the 4 months that I've been trying to communicate exactly where I stood with my research and what I brought forward to you long ago.
Do you guys?
Just because something's
are okay?
lawful, excuse me,
I was looking for board consensus to give you 4 minutes. So they said yes.
okay, Lene, if you could help me claim my time, reclaim it. To those of you here tonight, just because something's lawful, it certainly doesn't mean it's moral. And just because you want to uphold morals, it doesn't mean you hate other people. Do not fall for the progressive mindset that if you stand up for what you believe in, you're a bigot. The truth is, God did create man and woman. And if we separated our locker rooms and bathrooms by testes and sperm and ovaries and eggs, we'd be scientifically safeguarding our sports and spaces appropriately. So tonight, we are creating the best stopgap that we can for staff and students. But I'm telling you this, it's not done, and I'd like to see us consider pursuing the next level in developing sound, moral, and judicial argument for aligning with Title IX and federal guidelines to protect all students while leading the way here in California. Parents, be courageous. Students, make bold decisions. We do need a group of people on the dais and in this district to develop the grit to challenge the system that, yes, came from Sacramento, but I do believe we have the ability to do it. Because I'm banned from talking to our attorneys here on the school board, I go out of my way to contact constitutional attorneys in my network who know how hard I'm working on your behalf. And through their conversation and research, I know this isn't the ending point tonight. We do not want to be reckless. We do not want any student to feel like they are being targeted. That's why I brought this forward in June, to be sure that we could have this privacy-centered form before the school year started. I was ignored. These forms tonight, it represents a start. I'm going to pass down what I would also like to add as the possibility for discussion, because I think we all have something to contribute. So let me just say, the form should only be completed, in my opinion, by a parent or legal guardian if the student is a minor. There should never be a burden for students to explain themselves in regards to the nature of their privacy request, whether religious or otherwise. If there is an oral request by a student, it should be immediately documented and a parent notified to submit that form within 24 to 48 hours. The nature of the accommodation should be very, very brief because, again, no student should have to bear that burden, and neither should you as a parent, for really your constitutional right to be protected. Obviously, with these administrative regulations, we have more to talk about. The annual notification is here. But we need to create a common thread of conversation and activities on our campuses if this is all we're doing tonight. Sex education, that would be an excellent place to reference the issue or privacy and issues with changing or any other aspect of sexuality. The physical education syllabus, talking about a uniform, send it out with the syllabus. We need to communicate consistently. So as a parent recommended tonight, you're not in the dark. We're going to do our best. Joining a sports team. I think this should also be talked about. I do feel for the principal that's had to navigate this. But you know what? We've had people complaining about this for 3 or 4 years. We have not done staff training. We have not offered professional development. We have deflected until we come to a point where incompetent trustees have passed something instead of listening to veterans who begged them to balance the conversation with what we had to offer. That has always been my heart's interest, is to do what's best for the kids. They deserve to be protected. Our staff deserves to be protected. And at the end of the night, I'm going to read to you as staff members email about what they've experienced here in TVUSD as a result of the reckless form that did indeed pass in June. I'm going to set the record straight. It was live. It's just school wasn't in, so you didn't find out until it started.
I spoke with Mr. DeMarco about this, and he said it would be the appropriate time to bring it up. I think that we need to call for immediate action regarding some misinformation about what has happened at our district. Dr. Woods, do we have any cases where I know one case, and it was a person here tonight that I shared the forms with, and I told them these have not been approved. We're experimenting with this idea. Over and over, it was like, we're still trying to figure it out. But other than that family member, do you know anyone that has been forced in our district, any girls have been forced to sign this form in order to opt out of the restroom?
Not that I'm aware of. Cabinet, have you had anything come across your desk? Okay.
So because the misinformation that what's being said in the public is our district is forcing girls to sign mental health forms in order to opt out of the restroom, and that's not true. I've had parents call me concerned, and so I think that we need to, one, send a letter to all of the parents in the district and let them know this never happened. Like, we did not force any students. This form was never approved. It was always a discussion and a work in progress. And I noticed Dr. Komorowski pointed that out. Dr. Komorowski, I watched your interview with, who's the guy again? Matt Gates. And he even pointed out, like, we have not implemented this. So I think that we need to send a letter to the parents. A lot of them have been concerned about the scrutiny. They're worried that we've put targets on our schools. I've heard from conservative and liberal parents that they're worried that we've put targets on all the students' backs. So I think we should send out a notice like, first of all, this is misinformation. No one's been forced to do this in our district. And then the next thing is point of order. I've talked about, and maybe we should just drop it and let it go away. Sending a polite clarification, not a cease and desist. Sending a polite clarification, because this is my community and I want to stick up for our community. And our community has been dragged through the mud with misinformation saying that we're forcing girls to sign this policy, and we're not. And I think we could send a polite clarification to some of the news outlets and social media people, letting them know that the information that they've shared is not true, and maybe just ask them to take it down or to reach out for the actual clarification. So that's one thing. Excuse me, point of order. I'm just asking if we can clarify the truth of what's happening in our district, and our district is not forcing girls to sign forms in order to sign a mental health form. No one has been coerced or required to do that. This was a topic for discussion. We were looking for protected classes that would help opt girls out. I'm going to admit, I already said I'll take full responsibility, and it was a terrible idea. But terrible ideas are going to lead to better things. Dr. Komorowski and Mrs. Wiersma had a parental rights and notification policy. That's not a terrible idea. But California law made us rescind that. I kind of thought about you guys, like how much time and effort you put into that parental rights and notification policy. And it's humbling and it's embarrassing, but sometimes we have to rescind something that we're working on. But I think that we can make it better. Just like rescinding this tonight will make it better. Rescinding the the flag policy, and I'm going to introduce that to the board later too. So what is the consensus? Do we want to send a letter to the parents?
Yeah.
We need to give direction to the staff.
Yeah, I think a letter and a press release stating what we are actually doing, not the rumors. While I was sitting here, I got about 40 emails from people saying, I don't want my daughter saying she's mentally ill. That was never part of what we were talking about. We were trying to come up with an accommodation. And if it was something that bothered you mentally, not that you're mentally ill.
Yeah, we're rescinding it. It's okay. It was a bad idea. I admit it. It was a bad idea, but it got the conversation going.
The same thing with, if I can finish, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Same thing with the
time.
religious accommodation. We're not saying that you have to be religious, that you have to follow a religion. We're trying to make it a way for the students to express their desires and opt out. Were they bad ideas? Some people say yes. Some people thought they would work. In any event, they're not enforced. They were never enforced. And that's what we're talking about here tonight.
Mr. Barham, what is your thought? We just need to give direction to the district.
I know. No, go ahead.
And then Dr. Komorowski.
I would say while we're deliberating, can Tony look at what Jen sent out also and see if that's doable? Because again, I don't want to leave the dais until we get approval. Like, hey, this is good. We can pretty much defend this in court. Jen, you pretty much sent out a new handout.
It also has overnight trips and camps, so.
I know. Yeah, and so because I want to make a decision. Yeah, it's the one she handed us.
So, Dr. Komorowski, what I'd ask is if it's okay, I would like some time with it. The form's not up for adoption tonight. I think that the concepts in here can be merged into what we already did.
Oh, I guess I prematurely was talking about waiving the second reading and voting tonight, but this is the
No,
first
we're
This
gonna
is-
read
this is-
tonight.
But you said it's not up for adoption. Yeah.
No.
The form's not up for adoption, just the policy, and then the AR is also here.
So the form can happen after.
That's correct. This is an
Okay, I'm
administrative
good with that.
function, so
Okay.
I think if we spend some time with it, the concepts are workable.
I was assuming we're voting on all three right now.
Not
Okay.
before.
Because it was agendized.
Just, this was not on the agenda.
Well, right, but she wants to motion to put it on, she wants it synthesized with this form that we had agendized, right, Mrs. Wurzman?
So my motion is what it's always been, which is to get all the information to the attorney and then be advised as a group. Yes, I feel like in looking at these things, I didn't make a lot of changes, but we shouldn't have people disclose sensitive personal details. Overnight trips and camps should be considered. The privacy from tests and questioning is on here, which I think is so important. The parent needs to submit this form. Really, the student signature should be optional, though welcome. So I think the ARs even need additional work. But if we're here to pass it and it's a breathing document that we can continue to speak into, I think that's important. And Mr. DeMarco, I appreciate you being willing to take this and look how we can make it better if needed.
So are you saying that we can vote in the board policy, the AR right now, and then give Tony DeMarco these two forms, he can push them together, and then next meeting we could vote them in?
Not only the two forms, though, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But I think we also need to take into consideration what's already in the O2 document, because those.
Emil, you weren't on the phone with them, I was.
Okay, just a second. We submitted it to him. Can I ask that,
Mrs. Diaz, does he have that document?
we
Why don't you
provided
ask the
that
lawyer
to-
when I was on the phone with him, Emil?
I
mean,
think
what in
that
the
we're
world?
all talking about something that's actually the same. The document that I think Dr. Komrosky is referring to is the one we presented, and that form was available and presented. I think what you're referring to, Mr. Barham, is also right. It's the survey that you and I kind of spoke about when you asked what we would send to parents as an internal form.
Right.
And that is something that very closely matches what's on here, but that has not been released or linked. It's something that is, it was available and in creation, but not associated with this
She and I were the only
conversation.
ones who have seen it, but I mean, I'm just saying it's viable as well. I mean, I think we should look at all three.
So when you
And-
say that, I hear you, but unless the board has it tangibly in front of us, I can't read your mind. I don't know what you mean.
No. but
She
we're not-
just revealed it
but we're-
wasn't made
But
to
we're
the-
not going to decide that. I mean, we're going to have the lawyer.
Good, good. I'm in agreement. Give it to
Okay.
Tony. All right. But I wanted to see what you were talking about.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? I think it's important, and I think there's some urgency
Okay.
to get this passed tonight and make amendments at future board meetings, because I know Mr. DeMarco burned the midnight oil. You were on the phone with him. He took kind of the best of all worlds. We did provide the district document, and so everyone's, except for the one, everyone's kind of brought their information to the table. I really think it's important that we pass this tonight, and then we can bring future amendments forward.
And
That
Dr.
are
Anderson,
complicated,
I'm
because
sorry.
other than changing a word like
Yeah.
these two did,
Perhaps what I add right now might also help. Ours it's a Google form. We find that to be more accessible to parents. But the information that's on what was presented on the board agenda is almost identical to the Google form. So I don't even know if anything needs to be submitted. It matches so closely with the exhibit that's been presented this evening. I think that what Mr. Barham is saying.
Okay, since the attorney did the exhibit that was presented, could we, as a board, come to a consensus to turn that exhibit also into a Google form? Or,
Yes, that's
okay.
good.
I got an even more magical question. Mrs. Diaz, can we look at that form right now above? What, is it a one-pager?
Are you
Because
ready,
we
or
might
should
give
we-
consent right now if we can just eyeball it.
I will tell you that it's one of those examples when things merge appropriately. The Google form is exactly the questions that are on the exhibit.
Okay, so
It
let's
is.
do this. I really think it's important. We've been dragged through the mud to get to this point, but look at everyone working together.
He's good.
You're good?
I just
He's
looked
good.
at it.
We're all good.
Let Jen look at
I
it.
want the attorney to look at
Yep,
it.
yep.
And then, Mrs. Wiersma, yours is
Yeah.
very detailed. Can Mr. DeMarco have time to review your AR?
Mine's actually pretty simple, and it's just a couple of additions. If I have your word on this dais right now, that he will be able to review it, and that we can make additions, and that you will listen, I'm happy to do that. And then as far as the AR, there's an additional add that I'd like to make sure of, because for one, I think middle school students should have the right not to dress out. I think under retaliation in the administrative regulations, that should be considered, along with some other aspects of where we can cover this particular form or an idea of a policy, whether it's sex education, physical education. And I do not want to not have him look at the fact of the tests and the information that students might be subjected to in a class. So if we can do that, and I have your guarantee, then I think we can make it better.
Can I ask the rest of the board? I think this is what I was asking last week. Like, we've got to stop working in teams and start working together.
We're working together.
That's what I'm saying. Look at how well this is going. My suggestion would be we pass this tonight. We form a committee. Dr. Komorowski and I have already been working on it. Jen, you know Dr. Komorowski will make sure that your forms are submitted to Tony DeMarco. We've kind of had like an impromptu committee going anyways. So you give them to Dr. Komorowski. He can submit them to Mr. DeMarco. Mr. Barham can give me the Google form, and we can make sure that all groups in this, right now, on this board are working together and being represented by their fellow comrade on the board. Like, I think that's going to be the best thing, because we're just going to have to clean up a few loose ends.
I agree, but we don't need a committee. We can give you
Just keep
direction
doing it?
and then funnel it through Tony DeMarco, and we see it next meeting. Outside of that, we have a board policy in AR that we can have tangibly right now tonight, correct?
Okay, let's do
Yeah,
that.
we don't need a committee.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the board, because it's not just me. The three of you have more power than I do. Ms. Wiersma wants to put her item on the next agenda. Someone just, Mrs. Wiersma, just like ask
Which
for
item?
board. You have a whole bunch of items, so like whatever item you want. I don't understand what you want on the
Why
next.
are we revisiting this? Let's just continue with closing this up.
Okay, so do you want something on the next agenda?
That's not what we were just discussing.
Jen, I think what she's trying to ask you is the edits that you want. Do you want that on the next agenda, but before then, filter through Tony?
So what I thought I heard is that if we had any edits or recommendations, yes, that would go through Tony.
Okay. Good.
If it needs to come back, yes, I would say on the next agenda would be appropriate.
Do
Thank
I
you.
have board consensus?
Yes.
There's 3 board members that say that will be on the next agenda, so it will be on the next agenda
Now-
because we got a consensus. Okay, so do we need any more discussion, or would someone like to make the motion?
May I
We
make
already
a
did.
statement really quick about
Oh
this?
my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and every time, I'm gonna get you a little flag to hold up, sorry.
She needs a gavel.
All right, thank you. I mentioned this at our last meeting, but as the student representative here, I tread very carefully. My words reflect my own views, but I do my absolute best to make sure I'm still representing at least a large portion of the student body. I've been a student in the district for the past 12 years, so I hope you all listen to what I have to say in the same way that you have listened to the other students who have bravely spoken tonight. This amendment was a change that I, along with many other community members, recommended be made to the original religious and mental health accommodation during our last board meeting, and I appreciate that this idea is being considered. This type of accommodation offers the best of both worlds. If a student has concerns about being in a shared facility for any reason, they have the right to their own privacy, which is great. This amendment addresses the concerns of the public on both sides of the argument. I just want to remind this room, including members of this board, that we are here to better the lives and the education of the students, not to push any political agenda. This item has been overly politicized and escalated during our last meeting and this one. We've gone on and on arguing details about gender and biological sex, but this policy is about privacy. I thank Mr. Schwartz for bringing up the change of the language being used, because that has incited unnecessary division. We're on the same side. We're all on the side of the students. And if you're not, you're in the wrong place. There's been a lot of disrespect in this room, both within the audience and within the adults sitting beside me. Years ago, I've sat in the audience. I've given public comments in front of the board when I was 14. Now I've been elected to sit here behind the dais, and still disrespect gets us nowhere. When the community continues to point fingers at one another, we lose sight of the reason we're here. I hope we're able to come together and have productive discussions from this point forward.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, could I make the motion?
What are you gonna, what?
Oh,
I think it'll be good.
I'm so sorry. One last thing. So we agreed on a change of name of the policy, right? Okay, that was good.
To the AR. The board policy has the correct name. We're replicating that to the AR title. We're swapping out titles.
I think the posted one has the same title.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, on the posted
Oh.
one, but you want to change it from sex segregated to
Shared facilities.
That was the same. A member of the public contacted me, and I told them that we would change it to shared facilities. So you guys are all on the same page.
Okay. And then would it be, I think this is a good idea, if Emil and Jen both email you separately and link Gary and Tony. That way there's transparency with communication. The lawyer's on board and there's no loss of information.
Yeah, they have to do it separately with Tony as a CC. Okay.
And if we didn't make a motion, I'm motioning that.
Okay, I'm going to pass the motion to you if you want to read it. I kind of scribbled on it. No, he's going to remake the because we made amendments. He's going to make the motion with amendments. Just go ahead and read it out.
Did Jen proposed amendments to?
No, she submitted one. No? Someone read it out. Any three of you.
Are we, no, I'm gonna let him read.
Yeah.
Are we rescinding first, or are we?
It's all one motion.
It's all one motion.
Yeah, just if he reads it exactly like that, we're good. Yeah, he's going to remake the motion with, and just add the words with amendments. That's direction.
Excuse me, there's a bunch of scribbles on that paragraph. You want me to read? Oh, read through the scribbles. Oh, okay. Just. Sorry, and what I made clear was it says student privacy accommodation in locker rooms. Is that what you have for the board policy, Tony? The title?
The board policy reads student privacy in sex segregated facilities. The AR reads student privacy in sex segregated facilities. So those were the two that were posted with the agenda.
And you guys just said to change them to shared facilities.
There's references throughout the documents to sex segregated facilities, so I think there'll be shared facilities throughout the okay.
Okay, I move to rescind the mental health and the religious accommodation language in board policy 5145.3, rescind the accompanying exhibits and adopt new board policy and administrative regulation 5145.35, privacy accommodation, student privacy in shared facilities and related forms.
Second.
Okay, Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student vote?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Yeah, thank you.
A clarifying question now. So the forms, Mr. DeMarco, you're going to take care of that, where they go. You guys with me? No, I'm talking about where somebody is going to be able to access, like the privacy, because I want it to go, this is my personal preference, I want it to be a Google form.
Okay,
That's what I'm looking for.
so we'll bring that back for discussion. Right now, we have the form that was adopted, and then we're going to talk about adding it as a Google form, but he's going to review that, and then we'll bring it back.
Okay.
With
Okay.
Mrs. Wiersma's. Okay, so
Good,
we're
can
on
I-
to the.
Sorry,
yeah.
can I mention one more thing quickly?
Yeah.
Just let the parents know out there in the community, we added a section, and it was because of Deus's phone call with me and Dr. Woods last week. Complaint form. If you are not satisfied with the process of how this works to get privacy for your child in any circumstance, if you have a problem, we have a downloadable form, you can lodge or trigger the mechanism for complaint, okay? And then you just follow up with the appropriate staff or a board member, and we'll make sure this is streamlined for you. Thanks for your patience. I know this is long.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
I have
you.
one more thing. Okay.
I think out of fairness,
No, because I want to just give some direction. It's something different.
is it regarding this policy?
It's about PE in the locker room.
Keep giving direction.
Yeah, I want to give some direction to the superintendent on maybe considering some other options here. We've passed the policy.
We just passed the policy. What do you think? I think we need to bring it back next week because we just passed the policy. We're on to the next one. Next meeting.
Okay.
I'm talking to the attorney. Once it's passed, we need to.
No, it has nothing to do with
Okay.
this policy. We're done.
Then
We
it's
passed
not
it.
on the agenda, so we can't.
I
bring
can't
it.
give any direction to the superintendent about something else?
Nope, not if it's, you need to email him if it's not on the agenda. I already tried, so just trust me, it's parliamentary procedure. We don't want a Brown Act complaint.
Okay. All right.
Honestly, we don't want another
No,
Brown Act.
that's cool.
Okay.
I'm good.
So, the next one is the second reading of the new or amended, oh, I'm on number 8. I need to turn back my page. Okay. Memorandum of Understanding. Okay, I'm going to try this one more time. Before we get going, I want to just, oh, I can't. So, do we have public comment on this help thing? We have Mr. Barham?
I'm sorry.
We have 9 public comments. You wanted to reconsider. So before we even go to public comments, we need to see if the board is going to reconsider your vote on this.
Okay, hold
So
on.
can you make the motion to reconsider your vote?
Yeah.
This was already voted no for the behavioral help. So can you make a motion to reconsider your vote?
I move that we reconsider our vote, or I'm going to reconsider my vote on the Riverside program on substance abuse. Do I have a second?
Okay. Does anyone oppose?
Point of clarification, does any of this have to do with hearing the 9 comments? Because we need to hear them.
No, this has to do with parliamentary procedure, so can you just let us go through that? Mr. Barham made the motion to reconsider his vote. It was seconded, and then, at this point, we need to...
Yeah,
We need to vote on reconsidering bringing back the mental health that we already voted no on. So, is there any discussion? What? On the MOU? This is the MOU. So, go ahead and call roll.
One second.
Are we going to reconsider this? We need to, there was a
I
motion.
say we take it to vote.
Okay. The vote is on reconsidering.
But where does the vote lead based on? Does
It
nothing
leads
jeopardize them
to-
speaking tonight?
No, I
They
think
get
we're
to
gonna-
speak no matter
Leads to
what.
putting it back on the agenda. So we are going to reconsider this. Do I have anyone that opposes the reconsideration of this vote? Me.
Wait,
Okay,
wait.
what?
Yeah, I oppose. That's why I want to go to a
Okay.
vote, and then we can hear the comments on it. That's what Jen's trying to ask.
Correct.
Why would you hear the comments if we're you?
Because they
Because at the
make
beginning
time
of the
to be
meeting,
here.
I said people
I'll tell you
weren't-
why, because the attorney just told me yes. That's why.
Okay.
So let's do it. Okay, you want to reconsider. I vote no on reconsidering. Raise your hand if you want to reconsider. 2? Okay, we're not going to reconsider
Yeah,
it.
my vote's no.
Okay, we're not bringing it back, but because people want to talk about it, we have 9 speakers. The speakers, please know that you want to do 1 minute because it's getting late. 1
Dr.
minute
Anderson, you didn't look at Mrs. Wiersma. Well, you want to cast your vote.
She didn't raise, I did look and her hand wasn't up.
All right.
I'm
So-
with Dr. Komrosky.
Okay, we got 3-2. It fails.
So
2-3,
it
okay.
fails, but we are going to listen to public comment. Just bear with the procedure, okay? We're going to hear the public comment. We have 9 public comments. To the public, this is not going to be reconsidered by the board, and this did not pass. But we are willing to listen to your public comment on it. So the first person,
First up is Allison, followed by Kelly Mom.
so are you guys speaking as a group? Okay.
Kaylee, just make sure your mic works before you guys go, you know?
Hello?
Okay, yep, works.
Hi, again, my name is Brooklyn Barbero,
I'm Kylie Wool. I'm Brooklyn Hendricks.
and we all go to James O'Day Middle School. I would like to say that what changes are we trying to make for us to go back to school tomorrow, and there's going to be no changes made where we still have less time in PE. We're going in waves making us late to all of our other classes. and
Point
we
of
have no-
order. So here's the thing. We actually have a time for this comment, and it's in comments. Right now, we're talking about what's called an MOU.
I appreciate that, but you guys, what I've been hearing since sitting here is that we are making no accommodations for us starting tomorrow and for
Okay,
us.
so point of order. It's just the way we do the meeting, and we are going to hear from you. It's just the meeting is organized in a way that you speak on each agenda item. So right now, we're on a mental, it's called Riverside University Health System Behavioral and Health. So we will call you back up, I promise, during general public comment.
These students need to get up for
Mrs.
school
Wiersma,
tomorrow.
we're
You need to prioritize them and the
Point of
parents.
order, Mrs. Wiersma. The first person to speak on agenda item 6,
It's Allison, followed by Kelly Mom.
Allison,
Thank you for time.
followed by Allison.
It's shameful.
Okay, Allison wants to move to general public comment. Okay. The next person? Kelly?
Is there any way we can let the students speak and let them go home?
Let them speak.
The problem is
That's another bad decision
okay,
on the part of the president.
actually, no, I just talked to the attorney, and I'm going to go with what the attorney said. We can't give exceptions to like one member of the public and not other members of the public. And we're going to be consistent with the way we've run our meeting. If we do that, we're going to have another Brown Act violation.
Then have the public general comment go now.
Okay, so next, who was the first person?
Move
Allison
to general.
moved to general.
Now we have
public comment.
Callie Mom, followed by Lindsay.
Callie? Mom. We do have time. We just got it.
Lindsay, followed by Savannah.
Lindsay, followed by Savannah.
Well, I waited a very long time, so thanks for getting us here. I've heard all 5 of you say, let's do what's best for the kids. I'm here to speak that the memorandum be adopted. I was surprised that it was shut down at the last board meeting, and I was actually happy to see it back. I read this memorandum from beginning to end, and I honestly don't know how any one of you would deny assistance for students with substance abuse, alcohol, tobacco, and illicit drugs. Let me say, this is a contract with the Riverside University Health Services Behavioral Health. This costs us no money, literally nothing. Again, this is a zero-cost collaboration for the district to aid the assistance to students who are negatively impacted. Oh, that went.
Sorry.
When did we say it was a minute?
The
I
board
didn't
just-
hear anybody say that it was a minute, so I had no direction.
So, okay, I'm sorry. When I
Excuse me,
looked-
it's not.
Just a sec. When I looked over at Mr. Schwartz, we said, it's getting late. We're going to do 1 minute. And I thought I had board consensus for 1
I
minute.
heard no board consensus.
Okay,
I'm almost done. I
let's
mean,
pause your
you're
time.
clearly not voting on
I
it,
want to
but-
clarify this with the board.
How many speakers on this item?
9.
2 minutes apiece?
3 already left.
There's 9.
I already said 3 apiece.
Please let
One's
me just
so
finish.
fast. How about 2?
2 minutes on this topic. Okay, we're going to add 1 more minute.
Please.
Do I have, so 2 minutes, 2 minutes. We have board consensus for 2 minutes on
And for
this
public
topic.
comments.
Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead.
hold on. I lost my place, so.
Okay,
give
just
me a
we'll
s-
pause.
Okay. 1 second. I've heard tonight that we want proper governance and procedures. I agree. I've heard from you, Mr. Komrosky, that we should slow down and take our time. I agree. It states specifically that this was no cost. And I believe the one thing that was in this was that RHUS would not do anything without the consent of the parent or the legal guardian. And that was the specificity between the policy. And there's no reason to not approve this memorandum. Students need help, parents need help, and this was a great resource to help struggling students in their academic and home life outcomes. When there are,
Point of order.
Anybody that says that substance abuse and controlled drugs don't affect student outcomes, it's outrageous. This was a free service. I have no idea how we aren't putting this into place. There was no financial burden on the district, and at the end of the day, this should have been approved.
Thank you.
Next up is Savannah, followed by Oscar.
Okay, cool. As a mom in this district, I want to speak very clearly. This MOU is not right for our kids or our families. Schools are for learning and they are not healthcare clinics. Bringing behavioral health systems into classrooms is a socialistic push that shifts responsibility away from the parents and hands it to the system. That takes resources and authority away from families where they belong.
Will you pause for time? I'm going to ask everyone to please be quiet and respect the speaker. Brian, will you help me out? This side over here and in the back. I just want people to be quiet so that her free speech is respected. Okay, we're going to start your time. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
We are an educational district, not a healthcare center. Families who need help already have access to community-based resources, and we do not need government programs embedded in our schools eroding parental authority. Mr. Barham, you brought back this exact MOU when it was voted down last board meeting. In fact, you yourself voted no at the last board meeting. So I'm confused why you're bringing it back now. Parents already made it clear we don't want this. So what has changed other than trying to push it through against families' wishes? And let's not forget, this goes against our own district mission, vision, and board values. TVUSD's mission is to elevate experiences, opportunities, and each other. Our vision is to create high levels of learning and a welcoming, collaborative environment for our future leaders. Our board values emphasize education, trust, and family partnerships. Turning schools into healthcare sites undermines all of that. This is not about support, it's about control for the sake of our children and our community.
Thank you. Oscar and then Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy. And then Danny, you're after Mr. Langworthy.
So real quick, I agreed with not approving this the last time. I think it takes local control away. I think you want local control over anything that has to do with behavior and drugs and those kind of things, because that's what the board does. You guys provide oversight. Letting Riverside County come in and provide these things, that I don't think is a good idea. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Mr. Molina. And then Upneat, you're next.
I'm very familiar with UHS and their behavioral health agenda. This is the same organization that tried to exploit our city with their 4-story mental health facility at the Temecula Valley Hospital. They held a public Q&A for the community a few months back, and it was a complete joke. They were trying to paint our community as needing this facility for our families, as an entire story will be reserved to serve children. However, it will be servicing all of Riverside County. They were telling the community half-truths, laughing and dismissing our concerns, and then at the end, let us submit questions on flashcards that were reviewed and picked through for questions only they wanted to answer. There was great community outrage over UHS's attempt to exploit our city and dismiss our concerns. My platform did 2 different podcast episodes covering this poor conduct of the concerns and the organization's leadership, including a call to action to community members to address our concerns with city council, which actually had decent results. How many times are we going to vote no on this policy for it to end up on the agenda again? Mr. Barham, what has changed from the last meeting where you already voted no? Are they planning on cycling through every board member for the next decade to butter up and influence until it gets voted in? At what point does the organization reach its limit on its attempt to force its will on our school district? The agenda item has nothing to do with educational outcomes and performances. This is another way for UHS to try to leech off our community, and it is now at the expense of our children directly. Bring forward an organization that wants to provide free athletic busing or free training that has an impact on positive educational outcomes directly. Leave the healthcare decisions to the medical doctors and the parents. Please stay in your lane. If this is about behavior health and providing... Can I get another 10 seconds, Dr. Is that okay? Well, my
going.
time's almost up and I lost my spot.
Just keep going. We'll give you extra 30 seconds.
I mean, that's extremely unprofessional. It came from a board member. I thought it came from somebody behind me, but it was a board
This is going to
member.
count as part of your time, so let's give you an extra
If this is
30.
about behavior health and providing for families, then give them an opportunity to communicate with us parents directly and let us decide if we are interested. Let them provide their services from their facilities for free at our discretion. If that doesn't interest them, then that means their attempt to infiltrate our schools really holds exterior motives. Emil, you have already tried to force our daughters into a mental health form they shouldn't have had to sign, and now you are overstepping your position again. I urge you all to vote no. The people are looking to exploit our children for their financial gain. Are you here to represent a for-profit company, or are you here to represent our community?
Thank you. And then Upney, and then the last one will be Patty.
I'm really glad that nobody over here has ever had to struggle or see a family member struggle with substance addiction. And all of us come from a place of privilege where we can access services or our family members. Somebody's talking in the back. Could you
Okay,
please-
pause her time. Hold on. Yeah, it's that group that keeps talking. Okay. Yeah, they've been warned. Can I just ask everyone to please respect the speaker, whether or not you agree with them? Let's just give them their free speech and let them speak uninterrupted. So, are you ready, Upney?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to restart anyways. You don't have to add the time back in. So I'm really glad for all you people that you're very fortunate where you can, if your child ever was, everybody keeps worrying about the meth epidemic, fentanyl, this and that. A girl did die in our community because of drugs. Not that she was a drug addict or anything, but just because of bad drugs. So there are drugs in the community, and some people who might get addicted to these drugs might not have the same amount of resources available to a lot of privileged people. There are foster kids too who might not have the same resources available. And this is misinformation again, that somebody's coming into the schools to do any treatment. This was an option for the parents who do not have the resources to seek help for substance abuse on their own, to be able to utilize the Riverside healthcare system, the Riverside University's healthcare system. So I just want to clarify that this was not going to cost our school district any money. This was actually, we were going to provide resources to some of the most struggling families who did not have the resources, and at the same time their child was struggling with addiction. but all of you have voted no for these people, so they might succumb to their addiction because they do not have the resources to seek help for that. That was a bad idea, but when we are coming from a position of privilege, maybe we don't have empathy for people who do not have the same privileges as we do. Thank you.
Thank you. And then last speaker.
Mental health can be very broad. A lot of school districts have pushed in a lot of different things under mental health. It's actually a Trojan horse for many things. One day it could be drugs, another thing it could be gender affirming care. I'm going to give you a little hint on, let me tell you a portion of a mother's story. So a mother lost her child to the LGBTQ community because her daughter was confused and encouraged to change her gender through school, through mental programs. It's not a lie. Abigail is the mother's name, and her daughter's name was Jaylene. Jaylene figured out one day that she would never be the boy that she was promised that she could be, so she kneeled in front of a train, an oncoming train, and she committed suicide after trying to commit suicide before. That is what mental health can open the door to. So I'm asking this board to please be very careful what Trojan horse you're going to allow through that mental health. Because doctors, they can tell you that they're going to help a child get off of, again, narcotics. But how do you know that at the same time when they're not evaluating them psychologically, they're going to say that they need care in other areas? And that'll be a way to start giving them treatment for something else. So please do what your constituents have voted you in to do, and read and vet every single entity that wants to come through that Trojan horse to make sure that you take care of every child in your district, to make sure that no one is coerced into having any kind of mental health treatment or being put on psychiatric drugs, because that is allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. This one I was going to remove from the agenda because I thought that Dr. Wood's position would be open for another board member, but then I realized they gave your spot to Kimberly Velez. So,
You know what?
yeah,
I can give up my spot.
you want to give up your spot?
I can give up my spot.
And here's the debate. We have said that we're going to, so let me make a motion in second before we start debate if we're going to consider this. I move to reconsider the vote on board member attendance at the 2025 CSBA Annual Education Conference in Sacramento. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I thought Dr. Wood's spot was open. We have agreed to limit unnecessary travel. What do we call it? Only, we're saying in our district, we've said only essential travel, and our board has chosen to break up which board members travel. 2 board members went to DC, and then the rest were going to go to Sacramento. So I thought there was a spot open for Dr. Woods to give up, and I was going to have us look at that. We're limiting this to 2 board members to save the school money. I think it shows that, one, we're being fair to everyone, because then each board member gets to go to either Washington, D.C. or to Sacramento. But also, it makes a statement to the rest of our staff that we're also going to limit our travel. So Emil said that he would give up his spot, which opens a spot for another board member. Do you guys want to vote on who that board member is? Or does one of the other board members want to?
I would like to comment. The genesis of why this is here is because I shared this idea with another district employee. I'll keep the name confidential. And I said, I might bring this up during my board comments, that since Dr. Velez will be the new superintendent in December, if Dr. Woods didn't care, wouldn't it be nice if Dr. Velez could have a full board with her at CSBA. That was my idea, and I was going to float this to the public. It's a collaborative effort. We value professional development.
Comments that we missed. She didn't realize they were on the table. Let's start over and take, or we can deliberate and then take public comments before we take action.
Did you
Let's
hear
do
what I
that.
said about the original idea, the genesis of it?
Yeah, and
It was a collaborative effort for the new
I agree.
superintendent.
So just,
Do you agree, or do you want?
so it was it was actually, the timer was on me, but
Still.
it was a mistake that we missed public comment. Let's just pause. Shh. Okay. So we forgot to do public comment, but as long as we take public comment before we take action, we're okay. So I want the members of the public to know that we're not going to take action until you get a chance to speak. Okay? So we had 2 members of us. Dr. Komrosky, I have 3 minutes to introduce the topic, and then we can debate it 2 and 2. So I'm okay, though you can keep my timer going. You did mention it to Lene, and I felt like if we're going to do this, when Lene showed me the agenda, if we're going to do this, time is of the essence to get flights and change names. So I put this item on action because I thought it was urgent to the district to get the flights if we're going to reconsider who we send to CSBA. So that's all I was going to say. Now, Dr. Komrosky, I'm going to give you all your time back so you can start over, okay?
This wasn't about me. It was about the board, collaborative efforts to work together, professional development with the new superintendent. I am not in agreement with, well, I'll not go, you can go. No. My idea that I would have floated on my own board comments would have been the whole board go to superintendent. We value professional development. It's a moving towards collaborative role. It's a maiden voyage for the new superintendent, and it's a CSBA event. We all learn. That's my position. I'm not going to vote for me to go unless the whole board goes.
Okay.
That was my idea.
Okay. And I just wanted to put it on there so we could talk about it in time.
Okay.
So I hear your idea. Does anybody else have comment on this?
I would just like to say I totally concur with Dr. Komrosky. That's the presidential move indeed, to want to be collaborative and to have our superintendent travel with her full team. We have a $450 or $60 million budget a year. Getting this board's act together on one page by December would be a great goal for us to aim for. I totally advocate for what his original proposal was, which is for the entire board to go for professional development and training.
Okay. So does anybody, I think we should just stick with the one. Do you
No,
have
go
comment?
ahead.
I just think we should just, if one person wants to go, so why don't we, if there's no more comment, we can take public comment now? Sure. Okay.
Perhaps you might ask Dr. Velez if she has a comment after we hear public comment.
Do you have a comment?
CSBA is always at the board's discretion. So I will leave that decision up to the board. I will say that I do think there is, having the experience of working with all of you in a collaborative nature, there is value to that. But I will also very much say we have limited travel and conference, and so I understand the other stance, which is really being fiscally minded, knowing that we kind of are going into a little bit of a budget crisis. So I'm going to actually leave this one to the board.
So let's take public comment. Who's the first one?
We have 2. First up is Christine Massa, followed by Upney.
How many? 2 minutes? Okay. Did I get 3 people to say 2 minutes? Okay.
Hello, board, actual parent, just as a reminder. It's my opinion that the board should not approve sending any board members to any other conferences unless and until trustees Wiersma and Komrosky provide a full readout of what they learned at Coast to Coast, sending them all the way to Washington, D.C., with justification that what they participated in could only have been handled there. We still haven't heard any report out from either of them. From what they shared on socials, they only met with people who all reside within an hour of Temecula and had to go all the way to Washington, D.C. to do it. I'm sure that money could be much better spent elsewhere. So let's think about where that money could be spent rather than sending board members on boondoggles, because for all we know, that's all they did. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Good evening. I've already gone on about the Coast to Coast conference. My agenda item has not been put on, and we haven't received any report. I don't think we should waste any more money for people to travel and go take pictures on social, to put them on social media. That's all we've gotten out of that conference. And thank you for trying to give it up to the staff since we are on a limited budget. We have discussed this frequently, that the least painful option for the school board to consider is $3 million a year to be able to sustain their thing through 2029, depending on, and we are not sure financially things are, I don't know if you follow the stock market and how volatile it is right now. So things can change a lot for the school district. We should be responsible, set the good example on how to use the resources responsibly. Just traveling, and the other problem is there have been like multiple reports of board members arguing with the presenters and not in a respectful way. When they've, our school, at the last meeting, we've discussed what can we do to improve the reputation of our district. We do excellent things in this district. All of them are overshadowed by the constant drama that is being spread around everywhere. So I don't think we should give more air to this drama or more avenues for people to travel out to different places to spread this drama. I think our school district works really hard. All of those programs, all of the achievements that the district is having are all being overshadowed by this drama. And we shouldn't like give any more air to it. So I think like if you want to give it up, give it to a staff member who can go and who can actually utilize these in the classrooms. That would be the most effective use of these resources. And even if you don't go the next year, it is in San Diego. And another thing that was offered was like, you've worked with Dr. Velez for 3 years now. Like having collaboration in that like special place is not going to be there. You've been around. She was interim superintendent for a while. You've attended a conference already with her. So that's not a reason to just send everybody on a vacation or something, like go because we're going to collaborate. Collaborate here, do the work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mel, do you want to, you were willing to give up your seat. Should we just cancel it and have staff go?
I think that's a good idea. I mean, I would rather give it to the teachers
Yeah.
and Dr. Velez or Dr. Velez and her team and let them go.
And Lene, because
Yeah.
I feel like she gets a lot out
Yeah.
of policy. You don't want to go? I'm happy not going. You're happy not going? So Kimberly, we could give it to the staff
Just
instead.
give it to the staff and let Kimberly decide who goes.
Okay, because we have those positions, you can change the name of the person. So I'll motion that the board, so Emil, you want to make the motion that we give up our positions to the staff? Okay. So the motion is made that the board members will give up their positions so the staff can attend the CSBA. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So
Schwartz?
no, yeah, just to clarify, no board members will go. I'll give up my position to a staff member, and Mr. Barham will give up his position to a staff member as well. Okay,
Let's vote.
let's vote.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
No, it's called the California School Board Association for a reason. I want
Just
us all to be
Point of
there.
order, let's just vote. Okay, so.
Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student board?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes, and we're going to send our staff.
I love that.
I love it too. Okay. The next thing is the second reading of new or amended board bylaws 9123.2 and 9241. Do we have public comment? Okay. Okay, and we'll do new number. We're almost there. Lyndon, can you pull these up for me? Okay. So this is the position that I created for a vice clerk so that if the president is gone, we still have an acting president and an acting clerk. I know Mrs. Wiersma was acting president for a long time, and she didn't have an acting clerk to support her. And so that's why this was created. I also thought it would tie in with the board advisory committee liaison, like we could tie those together. And so that, we put this on the last agenda if anyone wants to read over it again. I think ideally, we need, again, this comes back to breaking up the teams and working collaboratively with each other. I think Mr. Schwartz deserves a position. He's been on the board for a long time. Ideally, I would like to see, I'm okay, like, when we do the reorganization meeting, letting someone else step in for a while. And I'll say this in public, I would like to see Mr. Schwartz and Dr. Komorowski work together next year as a leadership team, unless Mr. Barham's still interested. But I really, this puts 3 positions together. And I want to see the 3 of you start working together collaboratively more, because I've seen a lot of wins. Mr. Barham, when you did the accountability committee with Dr. Komorowski, I thought that was a huge, that was great progress. And I thought the 2 of you worked well collaboratively together. So I don't know where your positions are, but that was the goal of this. Let's make more positions. It'll help break up this idea of like 2 against 2 or 3 against 2. And that's it. So, yeah, the next one is, well, the site visits, it's the photography language. There's been a lot of complaints, and people don't want pictures of the, staff don't want pictures, parents especially don't want pictures of their kids during scheduled site visits. Those should be for we have official scheduled site visits. That's when the board members go and tour the schools. So because of the feedback that staff and parents don't want that to be a campaign opportunity, I added the photography, that we were not going to film and take pictures while we're doing those. We talked about it last meeting. That doesn't mean if you go to a football game, you can't take pictures, but when we're doing official site visits, I think we should be more professional, not be filming and taking pictures. So that's it. We talked about this last time. Is there any more comment on it? Okay. I want to move to approve the new board bylaws, and also I wanted to make a motion to appoint the liaison since it's on the agenda. Can we do that right now? Wake you up. So will you click that second reading of the vice clerk?
No, where does it say on the agenda that's to appoint people?
We didn't, so do I need to do that the next one? Okay, so we'll do he said, Mr. DeMarco said that we'll do the appointments next time. Okay, so I moved to approve, and do I have a second? You seconded. Any more comment? Lene? Oh, yeah, Dr. Komorowski.
My conservative value kicks in here and just says this is more bureaucracy on the board. I'm fine with the 2 positions we have. That's just my.
I actually think it gives you. Okay, I think it gives you a position, a leadership position, in December, or Mrs. Wiersma, like.
In December, any of us can vote for the 2 president and clerk in.
But we do have, it's not like it's not obvious that there's like a 3-2 split, and I was just trying to break that up, so. Okay, any other comment? Okay, Lene?
Schwartz?
I don't know what we're voting on.
Just to have the vice clerk and no pictures.
Vice clerk.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Wiersma?
I'm a no.
Komorowski?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So the motion passes 3-2. And the last one is item 9.
Yes, AB 45 we have.
AB 495?
495, sorry. We have
Okay,
4
that's-
comments.
We have 4 comments on AB 495. So who's the first person?
Okay, first up is Massa, followed by Mary Davis.
This is the last one. 2? I need one more board member to agree to 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes.
Just in case you didn't know, as an actual parent, I will point out my Puma earrings, custom made on Amazon. So first I'd like to object to this item being moved up from future board agenda to this current agenda, as I don't believe it's been properly noticed via the Brown Act. This item was, no one knew that this item was going to be deliberated tonight until we got here, so I don't think it's been properly noticed, and there's no exigent or critical circumstances requiring a discussion or a vote on this tonight. So passing this resolution doesn't mean anything. Don't need to discuss it tonight. Nobody was properly noticed. However, if you're going to discuss AB 495, I implore you to get some of the facts right. Caregiver affidavits are not new. What AB 495 does is expand who may sign an affidavit to an adult with an established relationship who lives with the minor. There's no activist adult gaining control without parental input. Additionally, AB 495 states the parent's wishes supersede the unless the parent's wishes jeopardize the child's welfare. AB 495 doesn't grant anyone custody. It only authorizes school enrollment and school-related medical care. Emergency contact cards already exist. They already suffice, and AB 495 actually reinforces the updating of emergency contact cards. Schools don't have a secret mechanism to override parents. So please stop spreading misinformation about AB 495. A simple Google search and a read of the bill would have prevented this being put on the agenda. Thank you.
Mary Davis, followed by Ms. Strange.
Hi, good evening, Mary Davis, and I am in opposition of AB 495 and for any type of resolution that would be in opposition of it. Real quickly, before I dig in, I do want to point out that when I was told by your staff that I could not hold up my pocket constitution as a form of 1A protected speech, it is even a little bit smaller than the size of my cell phone. So if you are really going to do that, then you better be telling everybody that they cannot hold up their cell phone and film. So my rights were infringed, and please consider a formal complaint on that. Going back to AB 495, what she did not say was that it's extending the mentoring relationship. So it is not just a caregiver or a guardian. It's basically any kind of person that can claim a relationship. I also want to point out that for the Riverside County Library, there is actually a form where it says to get a card, you have to show a driver's license, a photo ID, or 2 forms of ID. And yet there is no such requirement. You just, Scouts Honor, Witches Honor, say that you're that person, and you check a box that, yes, I've talked to Jane Doe, and she, lets me have the kid. So we need to be accurate about what information we are spreading around. Again, the extended mentoring relationship is the problem on that, as well as taking advantage of great immigrants who are already involved, subject to human trafficking, so it makes them even more vulnerable. Lastly, real quickly, I did make a document about defending Title IX, as well as AB 495, so I'll give you each a little my flyer, and I hope you check that out because we need factual information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just real quick, I had 13 seconds.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, did you all get the copy of the book that I gave you last time? Because I handed it to the staff member. It was everything the state of California knows about raising your child. Did you guys get my book?
I don't remember getting a book.
Well,
it was a gag book that was completely blank, right? It was more like a journal. The state knows nothing. But I gave 5 copies. And
I
they
actually got a copy.
You
of
did?
that.
Okay, I hope you laughed.
I
Okay.
did.
Remember, the state, they're not your kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, you can't do that.
No.
You can't give us anything.
Wait.
Just give it to Brian for
No,
security.
it's okay. We will take those. It's okay. Okay, Mr. Schwartz, it's okay. Brian, will you give those to Brian and he'll pass those out to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
I think it's
Ma'am,
okay. I
we're
don't
just
think she
trying to
was
help.
going
We
to
weren't
pass them out.
assuming you were going to do that. We just wanted to let you know that Brian, he can hand them to us, that's all.
Just like I did last time.
I was going to say she brings us gifts every time, so I think she knows. It's okay.
Thank you.
AB 495 is legalized kidnapping, or can be.
The quote-unquote Family Preparedness Plan Act of 2025 sounds harmless, but it dangerously weakens safeguards and makes it easier for children to be taken without proper checks. As you know, next it goes to the Senate, and then if it passes there, which it probably will, then it goes on to the governor. AB 495 allows anyone to take possession of a child without ID, without a background check, without parent permission, or even court proceedings. Without court proceedings. This is a gift to criminals. Laws like AB 495 put kids at risk being kidnapped, trafficking, or disappearing. I would urge this board to fight AB 495 because a teacher, a coach, a neighbor, anyone who knows information about that child, their name, their age, where they live, can go down to your school and pick that child up. And like the last speaker said, it's easier to take out a library book than it is to pick out a child or pick up a child. Library books, you have to show ID, proof of where you live, address. Get your child? None of that's necessary. Fight AB 495 because your child may get kidnapped. Thank you.
The last public comment form does not have a name. Is there someone that signed up for this that I didn't call? Oh, it does? Oh, it has to have something. Okay.
Okay, before we deliberate, Mr. DeMarco double-checked with Mr. Diedrich, and if we take action on this tonight, it will be a Brown Act violation.
So the way I would state it is my concern is that it did list it as a future item. So if a member of the public read that, they may contemplate that they don't have to speak to it tonight. So that's just my concern. I'd be more comfortable deferring it to a future item.
Yeah, my question too is, Mrs. Worsma, remind me, we both had our names on this and we agendized it for this meeting, not for future. And you, Dr. Anderson, put it into the future, subjecting us to this tension point where now we can't vote on it because of what you did, not because of what we requested as elected officials. Do I got that right, Mrs. Worsma?
That is 100% correct.
What a shame.
I mean,
How many times, Dr. Anderson, are you going to misagendize things that elected officials?
Point of order?
No, this is a point of order. I'm point of ordering you because you do this so many times.
We're not done talking. Dr. Komorowski, you can take action on it and cure and correct if you want to violate the Brown Act.
Can't you just do the right thing and agendize what an elected official requests by law? Can't you just do the right thing? Instead of constantly running resistance on us? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is like the 5th or 6th time you've done this.
He's not attacking you. He's asking for accountability.
Okay, so I'm going to ask again, and would you put this in the notes, Lene? We have talked about that we currently are in litigation for a resolution. And the majority of the board has said we don't want to keep putting unnecessary resolutions. There are some that are necessary, but there's 1 to 2 unnecessary resolutions brought onto our agenda, and this could, I mean, Dr. Woods and I, when we make the agenda, we can determine, is this business of the district? So it's up to him and I to decide that. I want it in the minutes, and we're going to take consensus so that nobody forgets that we did this because we've done it before. Does the board want to keep putting resolutions, unnecessary resolutions, on the agenda, or should we wait until the current litigation is settled? I thought that we said we're not going to keep bringing unnecessary resolutions because we are in a little bit of trouble for a resolution. Can I get board consensus?
We're in more trouble than you think.
No, I know, but let's say like, so we can't deliberate? Okay. Okay, so we've deliberated it on before. We've talked about it before. I'm going to keep doing this until, like,
The
it's
cows
already
come
been
home.
said. It's already been said.
But
So
we have not deliberated on it.
We have
And it
talked
doesn't
about-
relate to the CRT resolution.
Have
That's
you,
all dishonesty.
Okay, so I was under the impression that Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Barham both did not want resolutions. We're just going to have to just move on from this one
I-
anyways, because it's a Brown Act.
Can I
and
just make a comment on?
No, it's not.
I just
We
want to be
can't- he just
clear,
told me we
what
can't.
I'm saying is the idea of debating whether to have resolutions on the future agendas is not on tonight's agenda.
Correct.
So debating tonight about whether to have certain resolutions is not something that you can discuss.
So we won't discuss it anymore.
We won't discuss it.
Okay, so, and then, this was moved, should we just postpone it? Would someone like to make the motion to postpone this till the next meeting?
I don't know exactly what it is, so I can't vote to postpone it or to vote.
To postpone AB 495 resolution
I
till
don't
the
know what
next
the
meeting.
resolution says.
I don't know. Okay.
I don't know what
Let's
the
just do-
resolution says.
Okay, it's moot. Okay, we'll go on.
Thank you.
So California School, so that's it.
Dr. Anderson, for clarification and accountability, the next time I request, because this has happened multiple times, if I request something to be put on the agenda as an elected official, are you going to honor my ability to do this, or are you going to put it in future agenda items again?
Dr. Woods,
I want you to publicly tell me, because we're on the 5th or 6th iteration of you doing this and giving us red herrings and straw man arguments. I could just name them on and on.
Further, Mr. Huff has already spoken to this in the past as our board counsel.
You cannot stifle an elected official for agendizing items as long as it's within a 10-day window.
That's right. It's part of our bylaws.
Okay, so if it's submitted within compliance of the board bylaw, we will put it on the agenda.
You mind telling us what, because we just said 10-day window, and now you're saying compliance with the board law. I got specific, you went general. Can you specify?
I don't recall the specifics in your bylaw. It had a window, I want to say within a week. I want to say 7, within 7 days.
And we agendized this 9 days ago from the date that it dropped,
I
correct?
brought the governing handbook for him to take with him if he needs it, because I counted on this being a problem.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, Mr. DeMarco? I'm sorry. I always thought that,
We can't, yeah.
I always thought that if we're going to put something,
We're not supposed to have that conversation right now.
why?
Okay, okay.
The question is I always thought that if we want to agendize something, like I'm going to ask that something be put as a future agenda item tonight, okay, for a future meeting, that we need to reach consensus that that thing can go on as a future agenda item. Mrs.
That's not what the governance handbook
Okay,
says. There's
okay.
2 tracks.
I'm just asking.
I just brought it. I'll give it to the attorney.
Yeah, it's okay. They pulled up the governance handbook and we read over it already. So we were
Yeah.
we were
You can't have
expecting this.
unilateral authority through
A
a
point of order,
superintendent and a
it's
president.
not your turn.
Or for
It's
the
not your
tyranny
turn.
of the majority to make the decision. That's
It's
not
not-
lawful and it's not legal.
Okay, point of order.
Okay.
We talked about this. We knew this was coming. So right now, we can't agendize the matter.
Due to your
and
mistake.
we cannot talk about, future agenda item needs to be, how are we going to address agenda items? Okay, so we knew this was coming.
Okay.
And so we're going to move on. The next item is general public comments.
We have 19.
You have 19. I say 1 minute. 1 minute?
1 minute's horrible. We've never, at least since I've been a board member, we've never done this. Not even a minute and a half. 2 minutes minimum.
You
They
gave the
wait
last
all
group 2
night long
minutes.
to speak, and then to
Mr.
go to
Barham,
1 minute?
1 minute? You got to
No
do
way.
1 minute.
You know what? Let's do 3 minutes.
Amen. 3 minutes.
Let's do
There you go. You guys want 3?
Three,
I've got
that's,
nothing to do tomorrow.
yeah,
Oh my
but
gosh.
I haven't,
It's good to be
no,
retired.
I don't agree
Yeah, I
with 3.
work to be retired.
Wait,
For
Mr.
40
Schwartz,
years.
Mr. Schwartz, I don't agree with 3 minutes. I want 2 minutes.
Let's just do 2. That's
2
fair.
minutes?
I'll go along with you for 2.
2
I'll
minutes.
go with 2.
Let's go
Okay,
2.
and you said 2 minutes, Mrs. Wiersma?
I'm fine with 2.
Okay, 2. We have consensus for 2 minutes.
Okay, first up, we have Allison, followed by Michael.
Allison. Wait.
Allison had to leave. This turned into a meeting that wasn't a safe space, so I'm going to read the comments for her. Like so many of you, I love Temecula. We moved here 4 years ago to build a life for our family. I admired the mountain views, the parks in every neighborhood, the highly rated schools, and the simple joy of having a backyard. My childhood didn't look like that. So when I became a parent, I made myself a promise. My kids would never live in fear. They would never wonder if they'd have food to eat. They would never feel unloved. Isn't that what every parent wants? So far, I've kept that promise, but tonight, I feel that confidence slipping. One thing that sets me apart from many of you is this. One of my children is transgender, and it weighs on my heart every day, knowing her path will never be easy. I can't put a Band-Aid on the world and kiss it better. I can't keep her in a bubble, and I refuse to lie about who she is. She is kind, funny, fearless, sassy, beautiful, and yes, sometimes a pain in my butt, but she will never doubt my love for her, not for a single second. As parents of transgender children, we carry a unique weight. I can't count the times I've cried from the anxiety of imagining her outed in a cruel or unwelcoming way. Right now, she is still young enough not to understand what this country is doing, how some are trying to erase people like her and turn them into something to fear. For now, she blissfully wears her favorite dress to school with the perfect shoes, a little lip gloss, and she has a great day. But I know the day is coming when she will feel the sting of rejection, and as her mom, I'm doing everything I can to prepare for it. This is why I cannot support the forms that you'll be looking at later. They should never be a piece of paper at school linking a child's identity to mental health unless there is a real diagnosed condition that affects their learning. This form doesn't protect kids, it puts them in danger. It stirs the pot of transphobia in Temecula. Can I have 10 seconds more? I'm
No,
right at
I
the end.
can't. Sorry, thank you.
Michael, followed by Mary. Is there a Michael Davis?
I didn't hear the last name, I'm sorry. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you this evening. I also come to you this evening as a parent of a transgender child. This evening, I watched the power of fear take place in loud voices, screaming remarks, and pushing a fear such to an extreme that a fear takes away the opportunity to really hear the problems that are taking place. I too went through a journey with my son. I saw the freedom of a new haircut. I saw the freedom of being able to use his name and his identity. I saw a smile that disappeared for years return. Every time I sit and I hear fear-based language creates villains even within the attempt of caring for other people. Now, as I share this with you, I want to tell the entire board, thank you. You are trying your best to take care of children. And within that process, we trip over ourselves sometimes. As we try to do our best for everyone's children, some children end up getting hurt. And sometimes it's the ones that are accidentally villainized because of what we think the right path is. Sometimes we lay our religion and it gets in the way. Sometimes we lay our personal beliefs and understandings. We let the things that we don't understand take control, and they become stumbling blocks that begins to hurt another person. I would like to thank you, my dear young friend, for the language that you used earlier this evening. The language that you used earlier this evening was a challenge for us to actually listen to the voices of the individuals that are becoming hurt and or villainized. The voices that are being villainized don't feel safe to come into this place to speak because of the loud, fear-based language. This is a battlefield that could harm them. I'm begging you to do your best to care for all
Time.
Mary Davis, followed by Jennifer San Nicolas.
Hi, good evening, Mary Davis. And this is as much a comment to my younger self as it is to any board member or parent that may need to help this. This is truth spoken with compassion and grace. Society has yet again been sold off to an egregious lie by those who would profit from it, both politically and monetarily. As an older mother now, I see this societal shift where we gave up our motherly intuition and common sense and instead outsourced it to the expert class who profited off of our children under the pretense of care. Is there any coincidence that a generation of kids that had the box ADHD checked and was put on Adderall and Ritalin has now succumbed to a life of drug use? They were the Pavlovian trained, imprinted by an establishment that was supposed to protect them, not turn them into lifelong patients and drug seekers. And now I pivot to a message to all moms and dads. Your child is perfect the way he is. He does not need to have his body altered or be pumped full of drugs by those who would seek to turn him into a customer for life. I truly believe most of you want what's best for your kids and love them, but too many have seemed to fallen into the trap of ceding your parental authority over to others and abandoning your parental discernment. I want to urge all parents to reclaim that authority. Do not be cowed by those telling you that your children need to change or that they will harm themselves if you don't play along. That is not science, medicine, counseling, or therapy. It is manipulation and emotional blackmail. History is chock full of endless examples where the medical and expert class got it wrong, like thalidomide and lobotomies. Do not let your sons or daughters be this generation's sacrificial lamb sacrificed on the altar of medical.
Time.
Thank you.
Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by Just One Mom.
She left.
All right. I'm going to let others cover the walkout that wasn't a walkout, that 2 trustees protested a child in a protected class despite being asked by the principal to stay away. They will mention the out-of-town clown show you spurred on and the lack of support from actual Temeculans, so I'll let them go there. Instead, I'm going to talk about how Dr. Komrosky had the audacity to reply to emails from constituents, including staff members, with a clip of your interview with Matt Gaetz, the former congressman who had to resign in disgrace. He resigned in disgrace because a report was about to come out that would out all of his proclivities with underage girls. The investigation into his participation of trafficking of underage girls would become public. If he resigned, the gory details would stay under wraps. The man paid underage trafficked girls for their services with Venmo, and you thought that it was okay to brag about this. So if you're all for protecting girls, why are you affiliating yourself?
Thank you.
No?
So Just One Mom isn't here. Christine Massa, followed by Ms. Strange.
So I want to start by paraphrasing the original parts of policy 5145.3 that nobody's talking about. It states that the board prohibits unlawful discrimination, including discriminatory harassment, including sexual harassment, intimidation, and bullying targeted at any student by anyone based on the student's actual or perceived gender, gender identity, or gender expression. The bullying of a TVUSD student cannot be tolerated. What is Komrosky and Wiersma of the walkout organized and led by parents with no affiliation with TVUSD and promoted on social media by them both? The mostly San Diego-based crowd were on video standing right next to Jen while trespassing on campus property, and this was all after Principal Souza requested that no school board members attend. And Jen, I was really surprised because you always say you work so many hours that you can't even talk to lawyers until the weekend, but you had time for this. So later that week, both Wiersma and Komrosky reposted content from Just One Mom, boasting factually inaccurate information about the mental health and religious accommodation forms being required, even though they both knew that those forms were never approved. And then, Mr. Komrosky, you doubled down, appearing on a news outlet talking to, who was it? A known drug abuser and person who's used Venmo to pay for sex with underage women. I guess reputable people won't even tolerate your lies. But the bright side of last week was seeing the affirming messages and drawings written in chalk on the sidewalks surrounding DMS, drawn by a much larger group of actual TVUSD parents and students the night before the walkout. Those messages remain long after the sentiments of the walkout to remind those kids who TVUSD really is. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Strange, followed by Janice.
First, I want to thank the brave girls who refused to undress in front of a male, even when they were pressured. They were right, the others were wrong. You sparked a national movement that made millions proud. Do not comply. Second, as a member of the rainbow community myself, and formerly a manager of an adult transgender safe house years ago, I can assure you that none of those individuals took cross-sex hormones or amputated their genitalia. Why? They told me it made them sexually dysfunctional and emotional volatile. Kids and parents, if your child is transgender, and all I can say is do not, please do not medicalize them. Love them unconditionally. Be supportive, but do not medicalize them. Why? Because it halts brain development. It makes them volatile, or can. It also turns them into a lifelong big pharma patient. And statistics have shown that more transgenders have committed suicide after being medicalized than not. I suggest you Google detransitioners and hear their stories. They will tell you what they've been through. You won't hear it on mainstream media, but if you Google detransitioners, please listen to them. Melinda, your presidency has brought chaos, humiliation to kids.
Time.
Maybe.
Janice, followed by Mariah.
First, I want to say that if a board member during the board meeting requests an item to be put on the agenda and there's a second, it must be included on the next agenda. I will send you the government codes and I'll include you, Mr. DeMarco. Okay, then also, and pursuant to Education Code Section 35145.5 and TVUSD Board Bylaw 9322, which guarantees the public's right to place district business on the board's agenda, I formally requested, both verbally and in writing, that the implications of the July 16th declaration, I'm leaving out the word sworn, be placed on tonight's regular board meeting agenda. That request was neither included on the agenda nor acknowledged with any explanation from the district. And even if it was just a letter and not a sworn declaration, the implications still need to be addressed. Therefore, I'm reiterating my request that this matter be included on the next regular board meeting agenda. If it is not, I will have to file a compliance complaint with the California Department of Education. I believe it is critical for this board to address the questions that were raised about Trustee Anderson's potential dishonesty during the sexual harassment investigation. This issue clearly clearly falls within the board's jurisdiction as the board majority voted to release the Nicole Miller investigation report. And this declaration or letter directly calls into question the validity of the findings and the conclusions of that investigation report, which was publicly released, including as an attachment with the July 21st meeting agenda. And therefore, it is a matter of public record. Finally, for the sake of transparency, accountability, and public trust, I urge the board to ensure this issue is addressed openly at the next regular board meeting. Thank you.
Mariah, followed by Christopher.
Hi, my name is Mariah. My husband and I have a son in 4th grade and a daughter in 6th grade here at TVUSD. Tonight, I just want to speak briefly about our children's safety in locker rooms. I'm incredibly proud of my 11-year-old daughter. She's private, she struggles with social anxiety, but she's also deeply empathetic. Just last week, she and my 9-year-old son helped me chalk the day middle school sidewalks with positive messages. She says she doesn't care whether someone was born a boy or a girl. What matters to her is feeling safe, not being stared at, pointed at, whispered at, or bullied. And she wants that safety for everyone, not just for herself. Let's be clear, transgender kids are not putting themselves in danger of scrutiny and bullying so they can creep on other students. That narrative comes from fear and prejudice, not reality. What's truly unsafe is inappropriate behavior, staring, unwanted advances, threats, or bullying. That's not about gender identity. It's about conduct, and it should be addressed by responsible adults under the law. I've heard a lot lately about precedent, that the majority shouldn't have to make accommodations for a minority. But I believe that a healthy community shows that the moral responsibility of a good majority is to lift up the marginalized with openness, empathy, and compassion. That's how we build safe schools and safe communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Christopher, followed by Kristen.
Is there a Christopher?
Christopher, Bout.
Kristen?
Kristen, followed by Greg.
At the start of this meeting for 50 minutes, I heard multiple personal attacks from Dr. Anderson and other board members who made statements tonight. Specifically, you came to my house and had graffiti in my neighborhood. Dr. Anderson, that is libel. TikTok, libs of TikTok, the Department of Education, and the Assistant Attorney General of the United States are likely watching this meeting because they watched the last one. I know because I notified them on X. They saw the last meeting, and John Murray Seibel, who harassed parents and children at the walkout, didn't help. It made national news. I am recording this as an independent journalist to X and as a teacher with 19 years of experience, because the world has seen the actions of members of this board that would not be tolerated in a kindergarten class. Julie Hamill, U.S. Assistant District Attorney out of LA, who now works for U.S. Attorney, the former Representative Bill Asaley. I will personally be notifying them, as well as the Assistant Attorney General, Harmeet Dillon, and her assistant, Jesus Ostate, as well as the President of the United States, by filing a civil rights complaint against the District of Temecula. I will be writing each of them a personal letter as well. For the girls that had to go home because they had to study, I have to be at school tomorrow morning. It's 7:45. I stayed because, girls, I want you to contact Dylan Law Group or Paul Jonah of the Thomas More Society. Riley Gaines, Jennifer Say, Pamela McNabb as well by X. We will fight for you. You are not alone. And board, you answer to the state, but you answer to 2, 3, 4 higher authorities. The parents, the federal government, and your God. think about that tonight when you go to sleep, about the lies you
Time.
told.
Next.
Greg, followed by Rosie.
I have two comments. I appreciated, Melinda, you're trying to get people working together. One of the things that I remember a while ago was you and Jen kind of committing to work on dress code, because I think, you know, the two female people on the board attacking, or not attacking, but addressing that issue. It's a big issue in high school. I taught high school. Dress code is not an easy one to address, but maybe you guys could consider working on that one. The other issue, I just came across this article in Epic Times about AI, and I kind of agree with Joseph that this is something we really need to pause and consider. I'm an English teacher. When you teach English, you have to have the discussion that helps kids learn how to write. You don't want kids in front of a computer all the time. That the essential part of education is really that interaction between a good teacher and the student. And I'm afraid if we don't really know the effect AI is going to have on kids, it's kind of a petri dish right now. So I'm concerned. I think one of the things you guys can do, your school board members, you go around and see how AI is working out, and ever so often you have a discussion on it because it is new. I know as an English teacher, it's an easy way for kids to write a paper, and they're not learning how to write. They're not learning how to think, and it's tough for teachers to figure out, is that really their own writing or not? So anyway, just encouraging you to tread slowly on this, you know, be careful with it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Rosie, followed by Gabriel. Rosie's gone. Gabriel?
I'm Rosie.
Oh, no.
I can't identify as Rosie? So reality matters.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I just want to establish that reality matters.
Who's the next one?
Gabriel?
Gabriel?
No. Daniel?
Daniel?
Just 10 days ago, I called PJI and asked for their right to form privacy, their reasonable expectation of privacy resource. And they emailed me with the link, told me use it freely. What's interesting though, that I'd like to point out is that I went through the proper procedures and I gave it to somebody to give to the president, and then you ignored it. You didn't even bring it up. And it's funny, I was scolded for giving it to my trustee representative during a 5-minute break. I didn't realize that there were rules to this. But, you know, Dr. Anderson, as the president, you're not the gatekeeper of the information. If something gets presented to you that relates to an argument you're having, you should present it, whether you like it or not. And this lady spoke earlier about how she gave books. Nobody else got it, but you did. Again, that shows that you got the books for all the board members, but you acted as the gatekeeper. That is horrific leadership. That is just, I just can't even believe it, Dr. Anderson. You know, I'm sorry. It has nothing to do about how I feel about anybody personally. Just as a leader, you have to represent all of us, and you're not. You gatekeep information that you want to say, that you don't want to say. It's embarrassing. And you know, there's people on this side that I know you like and you work with and you meet with them to make these policies. They didn't clap at all for the girl standing up here, but I understand why. Because the mom of the one transgender student's there and they didn't want to disrespect. So let me get this straight. We're okay with standing with the people that we feel like are oppressed, but we can just shit on everyone else. We could just treat other children like crap. What a poor example. These people who are your people now, they are setting for our district, and you're leading them, and it shows in your leadership, and I'm so disappointed.
Thank you. Next.
Upney. Upney, followed by Rachel. Upney.
I'm going to finish out the mom's comment because it's pretty similar to what I was going to say. Anyways, Christy started the comment. It stirs the pot of transphobia in Temecula and gives hatred and misinformation doorway into our schools. And we've already seen the result. Adults standing outside of a middle school protesting a child's existence. That is cruel. It has no place in our schools. Do you think that the poor child believed it was just about a form? Do you think her parents are not terrified for her physical and emotional safety? These are our children. They deserve better from all of us. Please remember, at the end of the day, every parent wants the same thing, for our kids to get a good education and feel safe while doing it. I'm going to come back. PRAs are in progress. We're going to find out the source of misinformation, who has been given this misinformation to everybody. And one of Mrs. Wiersma's friend who led a battle against the transgender people, the 5th place swimmer, all the transgender athletes, medals have been stripped, everything's gone away. She is still a 5th place swimmer. Nothing changed for her. Another thing I want to call out, this is from the national parks. When they say they design the trash cans, they have to be good enough where the bear can't get it, but the smartest bear and the dumbest human have the same amount of intelligence. And that's how hard it is to write policies. There's a wide range that you have to cover, but I think the proposed policy today has added no value beyond what state and federal law already guarantee. Instead, it has created red tape, forcing parents and students to fill out forms and file complaints just to access the rights that are already automatic. The girls who came and spoke up over here, even if they don't fill out the form, they have every right to privacy today. There's nothing new that is being offered to them. They can go talk to the teacher, whatever accommodation they want. They want more than 5 minutes, they can go today to the health office or wherever they want to go change to get more time. There's nothing all. You cannot discriminate against the trans student, but there's nothing stopping them from getting it.
Okay, time.
Rachel, followed by Ted.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Dennis. I have been a minister in the Valley for about 17, 18 years. When I heard about the protest against a child, I became very alarmed. It reminded me of the trans children that have shown up on my doorstep because their parents are kicking them out of their house. The misinformation and ignorance in this room tonight has just blown my mind. You have so many scared people here over a trans child that you're pulling mental health care away from foster kids and kids that are truly struggling. I have a mentally ill daughter that did not receive appropriate care in the public school systems, and you're taking this fear and you're harming other kids with it, as well as the transgender student. Cannot believe you guys went and protested a child. I am also the mother of a queer child, and I watched as Christian people in this town came after her to the point that I had to withdraw her from Christian school because she attempted suicide at all of the hate and the fear and the ignorance going around. And what you guys are doing is perpetuating that amongst our kids. I don't see any of you, or I have heard of any of you, come and speak to us as parents because we're trying to navigate this with our kids, despite what we've been told and taught. And we are simply trying to keep our children alive. And you're protesting them. Your morality is not my morality as a Christian, because I don't see love in you.
Time. Time.
Ted? Is Ted here? Okay, Dr. Regev.
Dr. Regev, it's your turn.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Neil Regev here.
Anderson, I see you hired probably one of the most expensive parliamentarians in the world, and you're penny pinching about going on a trip to DC. Let's enumerate your accomplishments, Anderson and Barham. One, you took the helm with no experience whatsoever, and look where we are right now. You made us the ridicule of the nation, actually, internationally. The first thing, I think, one of the first things that you did is rescind the flag policy. What's happening with that? You told me in text message that you're going to reinstate it in a pace that the left heads are going to roll. What happened with that? I'm going to post this message that he sent me online. All right, both of you laughed at Komrosky and Wiersma on May and June when they offered a responsible alternative, and look at where we are now. Maybe you should have listened to these two veterans. What do you say? And more and more and more, and let's not forget, I don't have a lot of time, but let's not forget why we are speaking now at almost 11 o'clock, is because the three of you think that the public comes last, and our words are peace and vinegar. That's your words, Dr. Anderson. And the unions, they come first in a spotlight. You all three should be ashamed of yourself. I call Emil Barham and Dr. Anderson to resign. Dr. Anderson, resign.
Time. Who's next? And then okay, we are now on future agenda items. Page 18. I'm off. Sorry, where am I?
Do we want to do this?
No, that was just, that was future agenda items.
Okay.
So, I just put on future agenda items, the religious accommodation. That's just on the agenda because I put the forms from Advocates of Faith and Freedom if we ever want to bring those back, but we don't have to, and Pacific Justice Institute. So are we on future agenda items? I totally got it. Okay, is there, okay, so Mr. Barham, you have a future agenda item you'd like to propose?
I would like to give direction to our superintendent and our superintendent designee to explore what it means to be PE ready. Because I think that PE has been institutionalized as something that we have been used to for years. And maybe we need to start exploring other options as to what PE ready could mean. In other words, maybe we don't dress out.
Okay, so
I mean, those types of things, it's thinking outside the box, but it's something to consider, and it's an option. And I think we need to explore it with our PE teachers and our staff. And I would like to give direction to you and to our superintendent designee that we explore those options, because I think that it would possibly alleviate some of the issues that we're having here.
okay, so I want to clarify, you want on the future agenda, under information items, a discussion about PE dress out.
Yeah, maybe.
Is that clear? Is that
maybe-
more
Maybe
clear?
brought back, maybe, what do you think, in November? October or November?
Yeah, so Mr. Barham, I would suggest probably November. That would give us some time to meet with our administrators and PE teachers and community representatives.
Okay, so does the board, are you guys good if we put an information item on dress out for PE? 1, 2, 3,
I have one other
4?
point of note.
Okay.
with
Is
that.
it regarding putting this on future agenda
Yes, it
item?
is.
Okay.
It is in regards to that, because there was a previous item I had looked to agendize specifically regarding physical education and some goals. So I would like to, if Mr. Barham is proposing that, to bring back what has not yet come so that we can discuss a couple of different areas of physical education and where we can go, especially in light of federal government looking at the presidential fitness and the benchmarks that we have here in California and where we can go to continue to get better. So that was a dual conversation that I think we can have, and it was something already on the radar.
So presidential fitness, do we want to put that on future, on next week's, next meeting agenda or the?
Are we
We
discussing
talked,
this?
no, we're talking about putting it on the
Future
agenda.
No, I don't want to put it on the
It
agenda.
was on an agenda. Did we remove it? What happened when it was on the agenda
We
before?
already spoke to our physical ed people about what they do, and most of what we do already parallels what President Obama, when he updated the president's physical fitness test. So most of that stuff is already in play.
Can you remind me, we had it on an agenda and I
Yeah.
can't remember, did we remove it from the agenda? What did we do
Yeah,
with
we
that?
I think
decided-
Mrs. Wiersma
So
removed it.
that
Mrs.
was,
Wiersma
okay, let
removed
me,
She
yes,
removed
let
it.
me delineate on what happened. That was something that I asked to be on the agenda. You agreed to pull it off and said, I know you might need some more time to prepare. It goes beyond the physical fitness award. I am honored to know a number of PE teachers here in the district, and I have spoken with them, and I think there's some really good points to bring forward that I have in notes at home.
Okay,
So I'd
so
like to propose, it's a
information?
full context decision. Information is fine. We can weave in not dressing out. That's what I said earlier for the AR regulations and looking at new policy. It
Okay,
most definitely should be considered.
So real quick, information item regarding PE like physical fitness, is that a good topic?
Sure.
Okay,
Make it a
physical
little broader.
fitness,
Could I just comment? I'm sorry.
yeah.
I don't want to overstep the bounds of our athletic people and put something on the agenda without running it by them first. I think we need to talk to the high school, the people like Tony Califano and at Great Oak, all the high school people who deal with phys ed, the principals of the high schools, the principals of the middle schools,
Okay.
the PE teachers, before we rush ahead and put something on the agenda that we want them to implement and they may think is not good. So I don't want to overstep our bounds as a board and put policies on that the school district may already have and.
Okay, Mrs.
An information item, though, isn't proposed policy. It's only discussion.
It's Dr. Velez's turn.
So, Mr. Schwartz and Dr. Anderson, with the direction of the board and the consensus of the board, we can actually bring back not only the PE ready, but we can also pull our administrators and PE teachers and have the discussion about the physical fitness assessment and kind of talk about what we currently do and other direction. So, with the board's direction, we can go ahead and do that. And I would also suggest we bring that back in November. That gives us some
November.
time.
Okay, so on.
So I have,
Yeah, go ahead. You want to, we're talking about making the agenda, so.
I'm all
Future-
for this, and what I would say is since it's being pushed to October or November, can we send out a survey to the PE teachers? It gives you enough time to collect data. I'm all about surveys when we can do them, and what do you think? I'd like to give direction and agree to all of it with the survey.
So, Dr. Komorowski, I think that's a great idea. What I think step one would be was pulling together a committee first of teachers and principals to help create that survey, and then we can send that survey out to kind of to really get the idea of so many of our PE teachers. So I'm completely open to that.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the rest of the board think?
So
Yeah,
anyone
okay.
opposed putting that in November, and then they'll work in committee getting all that ready? Okay, physical fitness is, the next meeting we'll vote on the assistant clerk. Can you put that? Is there any other future agenda items? that we're going to put on? Student board member? You could put agenda items on, you know that, right? Okay. Yeah, let's talk about how we're gonna, so, we'll talk to the attorneys, we'll have them look over our governance workshop. I think this gave you an example of how we'd like it to go, that we like to talk about future agenda items and then decide as a board where they go, so that there's consensus. And that's kind of what we need our policy to reflect. So, okay, so on the next meeting, we're gonna, oh, I'm sorry, real quick, on the next meeting, we're gonna talk about maybe even changing our governance handbook so that we have this consensus of how the agendas are gonna look. We can always bring it to future agenda items, and then, just like what we're doing right now, we'll just want to hammer it out so it's clear to everyone. So that will be on next meeting. And then, did you have another item?
No, I was just going to say that the city actually has a policy
Yeah.
where they bring forth agenda items, and I don't know exactly how it's done, but it is a formal policy. And without violating the Brown Act, they're able to bring forth policy items that they know are going to get 3 or more votes. They're not wasting their time with, hey, if only one person is in support of this, they don't even bring it forth. And I think that's one of the reasons why they get along so well.
Can you look into that
I
policy?
can. I mean, yes, I
Will you bring
can.
it? Could you send it to me and we'll send it to the
Yeah, I
attorneys?
mean, that's how they do it.
So I don't know what it is that they're doing, but I'll send it to you. Okay, any other future agenda items? No? Okay. Next is board comments. I think, how many minutes do we usually take for board?
3.
Can we cut that tonight to like 1?
1.
Absolutely not.
Wait. Well, it's board consensus.
I'm going to take it probably 2.5.
Okay.
I don't know. I time myself.
I'd like to ask for best practices of 3 minutes.
So if you're going to do 2.5, you might as well do 3. Joseph wants 3. No, I've got 3. We've got consensus of 3 people want 3 minutes. Okay. Well, I tried.
Yes. So, due to the continued focus on the Nicole Miller. Oh, I'm sorry. Due to the continued focus on the Nicole Miller investigation by people who have no idea what they're talking about, who don't live in our community, I am compelled to read from it so people know what's going on. And if anyone wants the whole thing, you just let me know, and I will send you all 53 pages, not a half-page signed affidavit or declaration by someone. Page 2, Nicole Miller and Associates did not sustain Mrs. Wiersma's allegation of sexual harassment by Mr. Schwartz, nor was there evidence to suggest the district acted negligently in its response to Mrs. Wiersma's complaints. Page 8, the investigator noted several inconsistencies in Mrs. Wiersma's account throughout her interview, and her statement seems to have lacked consistency over time. Page 9, the investigation found Mr. Schwartz to be straightforward and consistent over time, providing concise responses in a no-nonsense demeanor. Of note, no other witnesses heard him make the remark alleged of him, including Dr. Anderson, whom Mrs. Wiersma named as a direct witness. It further feels necessary to point out that the likelihood of Mr. Schwartz making this alleged remark is questionable, given his commonly known contentious relationship with Mrs. Wiersma. Page 14, Dr. Anderson, who wholly denied Mrs. Wiersma's allegation that she heard Mr. Schwartz make the comment, saying that's just Steve. First, she pointed out that she did not know Mr. Schwartz prior to her being elected to the board. She said that when it became apparent she was going to win the election, she made an effort to meet with him. Mr. Schwartz initially declined her request to meet, When they did ultimately meet, their interaction was cordial. Dr. Anderson said that because of this contentious history, when the board attended CSBA, she asked Mr. Schwartz to move on and let bygones be bygones. However, he was not interested in dinner. He initially said, no, I will never break bread with her. Then, when Mr. Schwartz came down to meet the group for dinner, she stood next to him in an effort to make him feel more comfortable. That's Dr. Anderson. And we took the photo. The conclusion: in accordance with our findings, Nicole Miller and Associates did not sustain Mrs. Wiersbe's allegation of sexual harassment. The investigation found concerns about the credibility of and motivation of Mrs. Wiersbe's complaint.
Temecula, through thick and thin, it's been an honor to serve you as a trustee for nearly 3 years. Having just visited Alamos Elementary the other day, I always leave those site visits reminded of the very reason why God brought me to this place in a purposeful way. Time and time again, I've seen His divine providence in my relationship with others, both within and outside this district. And I have been blessed with the opportunity to be forged by fire with a colleague like Dr. Komrosky. I aim to tell the truth, and I will always call balls and strikes to the best of my ability. The truth will be heard with this investigation because it seems it was held in a kangaroo court due to the dishonesty of my two colleagues. Time's going to tell that story. I now face the challenge of being limited by this board president in serving you to my fullest capacity as a duly elected official. My voice, along with many of you, has been consistently stifled in a controlling, dishonest, and unethical manner. When I am unable to contact legal counsel with basic questions, agendize proposals as per our bylaws, or even introduce myself at a parent engagement conference, one has to ask, is this an abuse of authority and position? Bylaw 9271, the Code of Ethics, is where a board member's position requires devoting sufficient time, thought, and study to proposed actions to be able to base decisions upon all of the facts. Trustee Anderson and I met in a May subcommittee, discussed the proposal Dr. Komrosky and I brought forward. She agreed to have attorneys review the work. 2 weeks ago, it was confirmed by multiple voices she had not done so. Here's a quote from one of our staff. As a school psychologist, to say I was appalled by the proposed policy of religious and mental health exemptions would be an extreme understatement. We have not done our best to maneuver through this situation. Hateful comments and lies have been directed at kind-hearted, good people. I'm confused how we got here, and I question the competence of the members who felt these exemptions were appropriate. I'm sorry, but tears seem to be a form of manipulation, and I'm not falling for it. The egregious fallout of last week's protests, coupled with the worldwide repudiation of TVUSD, has forced our staff and students to bear the burden of a president who had no experience and was unable to listen. It seems her refusal to submit the honest work of her colleagues means there is an inability to prioritize this district over a personal struggle with pride and power. I'd like to ask yourself, does this person have any business leading a board or serving as a representative of the people? In December, Dr. Komrosky and I encouraged our newest board members to work with us instead of usurping leadership roles they were unprepared to fill or even collaborate on. And to this day, they are looking to stymie us. Yes, you too, Mr. Barham, every step of the way.
Next. Is it Dr. Komrosky? Are you next?
Yes.
And then Barham. Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to give a shout out to Kaylee, Brooklyn, Elena for bravely speaking at this board meeting. It takes a lot of courage to get up and speak at a mic. Even adults driven from a 3-minute to a 2-minute to a 1-minute speech under psychological pressure, that's a lot. I'm proud of the girls for doing this at the middle school level. Shows character and leadership. I condemn any attacks on this young boy at DMS and any other student involved. I am sick and tired of the hate speech from the progressive liberals trying to impose that I'm pushing out hate speech, by standing with girls at a protest, there is a simultaneity with me representing the values of my community and at the same time praying that this boy doesn't get harmed or any other boy. And I've said this at church in multiple interviews, and I'm just going to diffuse one of these straw man arguments accusing me of something that I'm not even doing at all. I literally am opposed to anybody threatening this little boy or any other girl with any sort of gender dysphoria. And at the same time, I have values. I am not for gender dysphoria. I am against it. I was elected for my values. I can stand at a protest. Yes, I wasn't even planning on going, but guess what? Those two girls, Brooklyn and Kaylee and their mothers, asked me to go, so I did. And I stood with them. And I think that it's worth standing for because I don't want this issue being pushed on our schools, pushed on our kids, where they have to come up and demand privacy. It just sucks. And it goes back to Mrs. Wiersma's idea of agendizing this on the May 13th meeting with the reasonable right to privacy policy. Even if the specific policy wasn't voted in, the concept of privacy was valuable because it leveled the playing field with her idea of, let's do this at the beginning of the semester so that nobody's targeted. Everyone has a right to privacy. Let's honor it right then and there. And that wasn't happening, so here we are. I just want to say I'm proud of all the parents that wait to the end of the meeting to speak for or against me. Look, you guys are all warriors. This is a long night, and I push to have all these comments at the beginning of the meeting. I'm traditional like that. I am sorry you have to wait. I am sorry your 3 minutes were cut down to 1. I'm against that. So, yeah. I just want to give a shout out to the person that emails me these cards, probably once a week, these thank you cards. There's no name, I can't thank them, but they're scripture. I'll read one. Zephaniah 3:17, to honor this person. The Lord your God in the midst, the mighty one will save. He will rejoice over you with gladness. He will quiet you with his love. He will rejoice over you with singing. I thought, that's cool. So I get these twice or once a week, but shout out to that person for the encouragement. Let me see, I want to make sure I forget everything. Yeah, as an elected official, I like to agendize things once in a while because I listen to community members, or it's just something that I'm coming up with, and I don't like the idea of getting board consensus on, we'll let you, Joseph, agendize this or not. That's stifling my voice, and I'm trying to represent parents in the community. If you don't like what I agendize, it's super simple. You just vote no. That's it. You have the power of the vote. You don't even have to say a word. You can say, yep, this is ridiculous. Let's take a vote. Great. You have 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or you say nothing and just say no. Honor the elected official. I would honor all of you. Even if I don't like your agenda item, let's hear it. I would never say don't agendize that. Dude. So that's my beef with that. We're elected officials. Let us do our job. Let us agendize stuff and stop pushing it off. Melinda, do the right thing
Time.
and agendize it the right way. Thank you.
Mr. Barham? How many minutes do you need, Dr. Woods? Go ahead, Mr. Barham.
So I have been working with our CTE folks, and I'm happy to report through my conversations, which began months ago with Mr. Arce and Amy Paradise, Jenny Hooter, and Amy Ricken. This week, we introduced our Education and Family Services Pathway, growing our bench with Great Oak High School capstone students. This week, 19 Great Oak High School capstone students in the education pathway are being onboarded through Human Resources to become official TVUSD district employees. As paid student interns, they will work 6 to 12 hours per week at various basis sites across the district. In their role, students will support academic tutoring, lead outdoor activities, and design creative classroom experiences for basis participants. This unique opportunity, one that very few districts in California currently provide, positions TVUSD as a leader in creating authentic paid work-based learning experiences for students. And I'm really proud to have been part of that. It's been a rough week. I'm very sorry that I've seen adults on social media create misinformation. I don't believe that that protest was parent or student led, because I watched it on Friday night, starting with Sonia Shaw, outside agitators from Florida, Jason and Elizabeth Craig, and then our board members. And that is where it started, and I saw it materialize, and I think that, and I'm just gonna come out and say it, I reached out to Sonia Shaw over that weekend, and I said, let's go on Fox News. I know the person who can get us on, and so do you. Let's go on Trace Gallagher and clear up all the misinformation. You think she would agree to that? Hell no, she wouldn't. Then I said, because she threatened a press conference, I said, let's have a joint press conference. You think she would, she responded to me, you think she would agree to that? Hell no. And let me tell you why. Because she wants to keep this fight going. She is not interested in solutions, and I have the emails to prove it. This woman wants to keep the fight going. She has no solutions. Watch her board meeting last night. This is what you're going to get if she's elected California Superintendent of Public Instruction, and it's going to be a chaotic mess. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Then we have student board member comment.
I know it's late and much of the physical audience has already left, but I hope my message still reaches the rest of the community. I'm going to talk very generally because there has been a repeating pattern at every board meeting I've attended, which I've witnessed both as an audience member before and as a student trustee now. Our community is very politically active. That's not a bad thing. I would say I'm very politically active, and living in Temecula has encouraged that. Civic engagement is so important, and I will always encourage an individual to use their voice to speak on what they believe is right. But time and time again, dozens of community members come into these meetings and use intentionally provocative language. I respect free speech, of course, and you have the right to think whatever you want. I would just request to any community member, no matter your stance, that before you come into a meeting and prepare a statement, you reconsider your language and ensure every sentence explicitly ties back to the students and their education. To make sure our board remains productive, we must stop yelling at one another, talking over one another, interrupting one another. This is the basic respect that all students learn and practice in school. If a TVUSD student speaks or behaves in the ways that I've heard some community members speak and behave, they would get sent to the office. Maybe there's something that we can learn from that. And this isn't just for the audience members, it's for the board members too. Language and word choice are important. I've gotten A's in AP English courses. I've been an editor of my school's newspaper for the past few years. As a student, I've learned that our ideas are strong, but language is what leads to change. And aren't we all in this room because we want to see change? Your point does not become stronger when you use political language and shout. Your point becomes stronger when you can express your argument in a way everyone can understand. I would hope that this is all common sense, and I hope that our community continues to stay involved. But I urge that the presentation of that involvement be carefully considered. Thank you.
I'm like, I feel like you should do the president's comment at the beginning and then do the board. Like, honestly,
Yeah.
yeah, should give that. So next is Dr. Woods,
Finally.
Superintendent.
Melissa, good job. Well said.
Excellent job.
And thank you all for being here. After 38 years, I shouldn't smile so much, but my time is coming to an end here in Temecula. I've really enjoyed being here. It's been wonderful. And I want to thank the board members, Ms. Barclays in the audience, and all of you for allowing me to come and serve. It really has become a highlight for me, and I'll recall so many of the great things that are going on at the sites each and every day. Yeah, if you want a boost in your emotions, just go to one of our sites and you'll see it, because there's a lot of great things going on there. But I also wanted to give all of you a congratulations for selecting one of our own, a longtime person who has dedicated her life to this district. I've worked right alongside Dr. Velez the entire time I've been here. And I'm proud of you. I'm thankful for the board for stepping up and appointing you, even though I know they might receive some criticism for that. But you're well deserving of that. And this group here is so talented. When you have a healthy organization that's as talented as this one is, of course, you look inside and you appoint someone. I was an outsider. I had a little mission to do. I've done that mission, but now it's up to you. And I want to just give you just the last minute and 30 seconds to say something. Thank you.
So, Dr. Woods, thank you. It's truly been an honor working alongside you and this team. You came into our district at a time where you were really needed, and I shared this with the board at one point. I have learned so much from you, and I think you were exactly what we needed at the right time. But before we adjourn, I really want to take a moment to share my deepest gratitude with the board. Your faith in me and our collaborative work, which I know we will all collectively do together for the betterment of this district and the students in this district, really is at the core of who I am. I've spent 25 years in this district. This is my home. I'm honored to serve in the superintendent role alongside an incredible cabinet moving forward. And, you know, in my 30 years of education, I will say that being selected as the superintendent in this district is really the crown in my crown. It's the jewel in my crown. So I appreciate all of you, your faith in me, and I really do think that we are going to do some great things for kids and for families and for this community. So thank you.
You deserve it.
All right, the next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for September 30th, 2025. This meeting is adjourned on Tuesday, September 9th, 2025 at 11:09 p.m.